Hello? Hello, hello? Can you all hear me? Hello? We're here. We're doing it. This is your least favorite volume? Mango Mark, why? Like, I can understand not liking it, but what makes it your least favorite? We're doing something different. I've changed. First, if you remember, if you were here yesterday or watched the VOD, you know that I had some lagging issues. And halfway through the stream, I had the revelation that, oh, maybe, just maybe, I should update OBS. And I did. And I also went into some of my settings and I changed my settings to 30 frames per second because I was like, it was on 60 frames. I changed it to 30. I have no idea if this will affect anything. So tell me if it does. I'm the kind of person, I'm not much of a snob when it comes to frames per second. I don't usually mind. My boyfriend Rambo, he's a big snob when it comes to like, oh, the Ultra 4K HD whatevers, and he'll be like, he'll show me videos, and maybe it's because I have very bad eyes, but like he'll be showing me a video and it's like a side-by-side comparison of like 30 frames per second, 60 frames per second, HD, and then like Ultra 4K, and I'm like, I don't know, they kind of all look the same to me, and he's like, no, they look different, I insist. And I'm just like, okay. So let me know if it helps or not. Mango Mark. Mostly because I don't like the Aesop stuff, especially Clover. But Clover, I love him. But I do agree. I think the Aesops, in general, sadly underdeveloped, kind of boring designs and underutilized throughout the volume. Both the Aesops and the Happy Huntresses. Which is a fascinating combo, because on one hand, I'm like, we should have had way more of these characters, but then on my other hand, I'm like, well, I think it's a good thing we didn't spend all of our time on all these side characters, but, oh well, that's a complex. I would have liked more Aesops, less Happy Huntresses, or at least more Robin, or at least, I don't know, Volume 7 is weird. Oh, remove limiter level 7 OBS 30 frames, second stream, warm up, okay, link up, hold on, I'm gonna take a picture so I don't miss what you just said. Before it scrolls away! Bam. Okay, I also looked up a couple of other tutorials, but I totally forgot about that to do anything with it. This morning. I went to the store instead. I went to the store and I got stuff for dinner. Does everyone have your beverages of choice? I have water again. Woo. Yippee skippy water. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and stay hydrated. I'm hoping I can, like, what is that one, like that dog, that test with the dog, where it would, like, hear the bell and do something. Do you know what I'm talking about? That, like, science experiment. I'm seeing if I can do that with you all, where I can just say, hydrate, drink water, and that whole, like, Pavlov, thank you. And it will, like, subliminally message you to like, comment, and subscribe as well. Because the important part is hydrating, but subliminally, I want you to also like, comment, and subscribe. So I'm gonna see if I can do that. And then, when I'm just casually talking about getting drinks of water throughout the stream, your brain will automatically go, oh yeah, and I should like, comment, and subscribe. And it'll be perfect. Mwahaha. My evil plans. And then you'll go to other people's videos and streams, and they'll say to get water, and you'll be like, oh yeah, and I should like, comment, and subscribe. I'm really hoping I do that with you. Okay, let's not waste much time. Volume 7's a big one. We got lots to go through. I already put on subtitles, and I lowered the quality. Yeah, let me know how stream goes. I changed things around. I don't know if it's gonna fix or ruin anything. Yeah, you like my thumbnail? I wanted to go with, like, a real memorable moment for each of the thumbnails, and I was like, Volume 7 doesn't have, like, many, like, real standout scenes, but there is that one with Harriet. That screenshot was everywhere, and I think it's funny, because it's, like, on screen for a nanosecond, but if you put, like, slowing down to, like, get all those, like, because also what she's doing, because they're moving very fast, it makes sense to, like, slow down the footage to, like, pay attention to what moves they're doing, and it's just perfection with her crazy leg neck snap maneuver she's doing. I think it's funny, you're rewatching Volume 7 the same day my friend started Volume 4. Oh boy! Volume 4's not terrible. It's got rough patches. It has highs and lows. That's the biggest thing with Volume 4. High highs, low lows. So, cool. I hope they enjoy it. Isn't Volume 7 ruined by Volume 8? It might be. I mean, I think there's things that I'm going to like about Volume 7 regardless. I think just like it's going to be a lot of Ironwood. Yeah, so let's talk about Mantle. I've been thinking about Mantle a lot. Just because it's been a thing in general. I understand what they're trying to do. They really want to insist that Mantle is, like, put upon, and, like, oh, it's a dystopian here. But, like many things, a lot like we were talking about last time, many of the things that they have here to try to, like, imply that just aren't enough to really establish that idea. Like, having big TV screens with a guy saying, don't worry, we're gonna make sure the world's not gonna fall apart, isn't the dystopian crazy thing they're insisting on here. And they're like, oh, Ironwood looks tired. And it's like, yeah, of course he's tired. Why wouldn't he be? He was a part of an entire kingdom's downfall, and then probably heard that Haven also was under attack. Of course he's tired. He's got a lot going on. So I understand, like, the gimmick, but when I see I saw those big screens on the buildings, and all I thought of was Tokyo. And I was like, because in my mind, or like Times Square, you know, in New York, when I think of big screens with things, I'm like, that's a luxury. That is a luxury kind of thing. That's the cool, fun party places has that going on. And yeah, they're talking about, like, military stuff, but of course they are. Look what's happening in the world. The world is on the brink of war. They've been saying this for years in universe, that they were all on the brink of war and something was attacking the kingdoms. So, of course, the military, because that's the thing the military does, they insist they're going to be okay, especially because it's like, oh, one wrong move and the Grimm are going to be coming in, because the Grimm are attracted to negative emotions. So, of course, they're going to have, like, safety precautionary, like, things on their giant monitors. But it's like, that was the only thing they had to kind of imply, one, Ironwood's looking at the end of his rope, and two, Mantle's in disarray. And it's just not enough, in my mind. Like, we'll see it later as we continue, after we get past our 2 minutes of Tide ads. I already watched this one, because when I turned on the episode, it automatically played the ads. So I've already seen this one 4 times in a row. And I will say, the two people in this ad have very pleasant voices. So it wasn't a horrible experience. It was definitely not as annoying as the Gillette ads from yesterday. In a world with evil monsters roam the world, the military bad message makes no sense. I so agree. It's so weird. Like, Salem's already our bad guy. I don't know why they wanted to do like an evil military corrupt government plot on top of it. Sometimes they just have too big ideas for what they're trying to do. If they were gonna do a corrupt military thing, that should have been like an early level kind of problem, you know? Having it be 7 volumes in, when we've already learned about maidens and magic and everything, I don't know. I'm surprised war can even be considered between the 4 kingdoms, because shouldn't Atlas Slam give him the tech advantage? Yes. Yeah, that's another thing. You're so right, because they established, like, Atlas has the crazy robots and all that stuff. And then we just spent, like, 3 years in Mistral, where they saw, like, horse-drawn carriages. And I'm like, I don't know, I don't really know how much of a war it would be. But also, Like, why would they go to war? What was it? They say they're on the brink of war multiple times, but they never give an explanation as to why. Like, is it for dust? Is it for resources? Because I don't. There doesn't see like I whatever. It's clearly like Miles and Carrie watched Game of Thrones and they wanted to do that, but they didn't know how. They didn't know that they didn't realize that like the intricacies behind the political reasonings is just as important as the idea of it in general. So yeah, they're walking through Mantle here, and it's like, oh, look how bad it is, because there's civilians. There's graffiti on the wall, and it just feels like such a like a boomer's idea of what dystopia looks like. There's graffiti on walls, and maybe a couple of homeless folks sitting around. Oh, the dystopia. And I'm like, okay, that's not enough, because like we have that many places. I like, if we want to really hammer, because the thing is, they really wanted to do a thing with Alice and Mantle, or at least like it felt like that was an idea, but it kind of goes nowhere. And so yeah, Mantle just feels underdeveloped. Oh, look at that quick glance of like miners off to the coal mines. I really thought the like dust mine thing was gonna be a bigger plot point. We had been talking about like the Schnee Dust Company for so long, and their like monopoly on the dust trade. This is a thing that we established like volume 1 with Blake's introduction. Flint hammers at home when we see him in volume 3. Ilya mentions it in the Blake character short with the dangers of the dust mines. We have been setting up the dust mines so much. And so I was like, oh yeah, we're finally here. We're gonna do the dust mine thing. That's gonna be an important plot point. And then it never was. They just don't do anything with it. They don't even talk about it. They go into an abandoned dust mine in episode 3 to like hang out with the Aesops. But I don't know why we were setting up the dust monopoly so much before this point, you know? Oh, dang, you're right. Thank you. Subtitles. Thank you, Kelvin. Bam. We'll see if it pops up. Sometimes you need to, like, refresh the page to get it to happen. English. Do it. Put on your subtitles. I'll refresh the page. It always happens. Because Rooster Teeth's website's not good. We'll get another ad break. Because yep, four ads in a row. Because their website's really bad. And if you refresh a page, or like load an episode, and your point in the episode was after one of the ad breaks, it just plays that ad break on the top. So, oh well, we'll sit here and watch the Tide ad some more. Oh, this one's Downy. They're all the same. But yeah, give it a sec. We'll get back to it. I don't get why Mantle wasn't literally built on dust mines. The town just looks really normal. It does. It looks so normal. And it actually looks like they have like a kind of cool world building element that they have. It's all heated with like the heating system. So it's so warm looking. It's nice and warm and comforting. It has an orange glow. And in the middle of the ice cold tundra, it has such a nice, inviting feel. So it's so weird they sit there and insist that it's so bad, but it's like, it looks kind of nice, I'm not gonna lie. It looks nicer than anything we saw from the Schnee Manor in Volume 4. Thank you so much, Danny boy. Hey, wouldn't exploiting the labor of dust mine workers just bring about absolute hordes of Grimm? How was the SCC even in business for as long as it was? 100%. The Grimm only work based on the plot needed it system. Like we've seen characters have absolute meltdowns. Like the most soul-crushing, heart-wrenching moments of their lives. And the Grimm never bat an eye. They didn't do anything. They didn't come running in hordes. And then, alternatively, we'll see people get a little upset about something. and suddenly there's an entire wave of demons on the horizon. So it's so it's so just up. Like, I think about Fat Man. Fat Man's review. Hold on, let me make sure I get those subtitles going. There we go. So yeah, I think about Fat Man's review for Volume 3 and how the concept of a tournament doesn't work when your monster system relies on people, it like is attracted to negative emotions. Because like, just think about, like, think of a soccer game here in the real world. Even when the team wins, there's still like rioting in the streets and stuff, you know? So having a whole tournament system, and it's definitely like a thing where it's like, that's a kind of neat idea. Oh, the monsters are attracted by negative emotion. It's a neat idea, but in practice, nothing about Remnant is built around furthering that concept at all. At least not in an interesting way. Because a world that is actually built around a system where the evil demons are attracted to negative emotions, you would think that they would really go ham, and it could be a very interesting concept to go ham with like the in-universe systems they have in place. Thank you, Ranger. They probably spiked the water with happy pills. Exactly. That's actually a perfect timing for your super chat, because that's like exactly the kind of thing that they would do. They'd be like a big emphasis on maintaining happiness to a certain degree, probably with a lot of medication. There'd probably be a bigger emphasis on like therapy concepts and things like that. Like systems like orphanages. Like, I don't think Ren and Nora could like really exist because those systems are so bad and harbor such ill will and bad emotions that it's just like yeah, the plane with the apathy in Brunswick Farm. It's a good idea. And the concept of it is cool, but in practice with the show, they just don't actually play into that idea in any interesting ways. Thank you again, Danny Boy. Any Philly Eagles game would cause the apocalypse? Sports are silly to me. I am definitely the kind of person who I will pick a team based solely on who has the more fun color palette, and I get really salty when the teams have like really similar color palettes. Like, it'll be like a white outfit with black helmets, and then the other team is white outfit with black helmets and a blue stripe or something, and I'm like, that's lame. I like it when the colors are more creative. Yeah, being a therapist must be the most important job in Remnant. It's such a neat idea, and then just doesn't end up going anywhere. And honestly, I wonder if they, like, retroactively wish they could have changed the concept of the Grimm. You know? Like, make it be not... Make it not be that way, and instead something else. This is a goofy moment, I'm not gonna lie. First of all, the implication that Pietro made Yang's arm is cool, but I wish that went somewhere. like Yang and her arm kind of goes nowhere. Like, while again with the dust mine stuff, the whole thing being an Atlas is like Yang got her arm from Ironwood and Pietro clearly built it. I wish we could have talked about that, like have her have a single conversation with one of them about how she's dealing with it, how she's grown since she first put it on. You know, something to, like, show and highlight the development Yang has gone through, you know, but instead it just doesn't get talked about, which is a shame. And then could also play into interesting ideas of, like, oh, Ironwood's bad, but is he? Like, if they questioned the quote-unquote badness of Ironwood, because he has done a lot for them, and have it be, like, a conflict, that would actually be way interesting. Have them, like, be conflicted between, like, oh, I think he's doing bad things, and I think he's going down a bad path, but also, he's done all these good things. Do we trust him? When trust was the whole gimmick of these volumes, not having more conversations about who they trust, how, and why, it feels like a missed opportunity. And then the other thing with that Pietro moment, which I've talked about before, Team RWBY should be famous. They were in the tournament. Yang made it to the finals and then famously, seemingly, shattered a boy's kneecap with a shotgun shell. So everyone should know who at least Yang is, but definitely Team RWBY in general. Because not only were they famous because of the tournament, but also they helped save Haven. So you'd think that would be, like, newsworthy. A newsworthy event of the team who helps put an end to the giant Faunus White Fang attack on Haven Academy. I don't know. Like, characters who gain fame across the story is kind of a neat concept, and it's weird they don't do that here, because they have all the building blocks for it. Thank you, Juan! Thank you! I wish Yang got Mr. Gadget upgrades, like a Spectre gadget. I 100% agree. I totally agree. I think they really... I was mentioning it, I think, on a Team Jacked stream. Specifically, I was talking about Tyrion's tail. How boring they are with their robotic limbs. Like, Tyrion's tail just has poison in it again. And it's like, yeah, he could already do the poison thing. What if he put, like, other, like, dust in there? Like, you could have, like, electric stinger or anti-gravity stinger. But no, they just make it poison. And it's like, why even bother cutting his tail off at that point? Hey guys, look, it's Penny. She's back. She's back. We did it. She did it. We're here. Penny returns. And our idea was to make it a joke. A big joke moment. Wasn't that funny? Are you ready for no one to have a response to Penny coming back? I was very conflicted on Penny coming back, and I still am. A part of me thinks we shouldn't have even bothered. But I'm like, I like Penny a lot, she's a great character, but also I'm like, this is weird, right? It's weird, like, oh, we're so sad, she was dead, she was gone. Oh, never mind. Oh, well, but then we're gonna do it again. It's that we were talking about it a lot yesterday, about Rooster Teeth just repeating plot points. And Penny is, like, the biggest poster child for that. Just do it again concept, you know? I'm gonna look up this episode real quick, because I want to see who wrote this one. Because this is when we start getting our two other writers here. Kiersey and Eddie. Let me see who wrote this episode. I don't know it off the top of my head. But, if I'm going to guess, I think Carrie wrote it. So let me see. RWBY, Volume 7. The Greatest Kingdom. Alrighty, let's see what the wiki has to say. Writers, Miles Luna and Carrie Shawcross. I knew it. Directed by Carrie. I don't think Carrie is good at his job. I think Carrie is very bad at directing and writing. And the more we go through these volumes, the more I'm like, I feel like it's Carrie. Every episode he writes or has a hand in is usually bad. This is a bad episode. It's like we were saying last time. RWBY's curse of bad first episodes. Except for Volume 2. Like, even Volume 3's first episode isn't amazing. It's always... And I feel like Carrie has a bad habit of, like... making a joke at ill-timed moments. I think Carrie tends to have weird, goofy comedy that doesn't really play into the ideas of the show that came before. Like, the whole, how does Pietro know us? And it's like, well, he should... You guys shouldn't be famous. I think it's Carrie, if I'm going to be completely honest. A lot of people have really crapped on Miles specifically over the years, and I'm not going to say I think Miles is amazing or anything, but I have noticed recently that the ones that I really don't like, I think are the ones that Carrie actually wrote. So... that's just me. It's hard to tell because lots of times there'll be multiple writers credited and they're not consistent when talking about how their writing system worked. So, oh, I hate this opening. I forgot how much I hate this opening. And they spoil their outfits in this opening. Yeah, when they talk about, like, behind the scenes things, like with Volume 4, they were like, oh, sometimes we split the character between, like, one of us writes for one character, and I think Miles said he wrote for Blake. But then they also will say, but sometimes that doesn't always happen. So it's hard to tell with some of with most of the earlier volumes, but with volumes 7 on, especially with the addition of the other writers, it becomes a lot easier to, like, pinpoint specific episodes or moments between them all. And yeah, I think I don't like Carrie. I don't like Carrie as a writer or a director. I definitely know I don't like him as a director. Have you seen the first episode of Volume 9? That's the only one that he solo directed for Volume 9. And it's awful. Am I wrong? Critter upset about new outfits being spoiled by opening rather than by opening the side panel of an airship. Okay, yeah. Also, they had revealed to us their outfits beforehand anyway. I just don't like Volume 7's opening a lot. And I will be a salty nitpick baby when it comes to it, 100%. Miles, this is how we write the show, except for the times we don't do that. They do. Okay, yes. Flockion? I think it's a Flockicon. 100%. They'll say a thing, and then they go, oh, but not always. They do that constantly with all their behind-the-scenes stuff, with their commentaries, with their Q&A podcasts or whatever. Hi, Zero. Good evening. I always forget that this is evening for you. Oh, it's Forrest. Everyone remember Forrest? Everyone's favorite character, Forrest? I think he's dumb. I don't like this scene in general. Like, having Forrest try oh, my water tastes lame. I think I might have to change out my, water filter for my water purifier. Ooh. And remember to like, comment, and subscribe, because we're talking about getting beverages and drinking your water. So you like, comment, and subscribe, because we talked about water. Yeah, I don't like Forrest. He's trying to, like, do an exposition dump about, like, the Aesops and the Happy Huntresses. Probably because they realized we don't see the Happy Huntresses until episode 6. Like, halfway through the whole season. For how important she ends up being. That takes quite a while for us to finally see her. But, I don't think they did the scene very well. He tends to, like, having a character just sit there and, like, monologue at the characters is more boring. Who's Forrest? It's that nerd dude who was just sitting there. Having him just, like, monologue at the heroes is kind of a boring way to do it. And everything he says is, like, he doesn't go into enough detail about any of it for it to really mean anything, you know? Also, he is boring looking. Had this thought, why Fiona's sister/nun, since she's a GB illusion of Friar Tuck? Oh, like your theory is like your headcanon would be like to have her be one. Yes, 100%. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Leaf Canary. I get it. I think I've talked about this before, but I think we've had many missed opportunities about not discussing religion in RWBY. And that's a big one. Like, when it's the story about the gods are real and we're, like, playing with weapons and relics from the gods, you think religion would be a more prominent topic, but it's not. Narrative dialogue. Robin is the hero to the people of Mantle, on screen. Not Robin fighting Grimm in Mantle. 100%. 100% yes. And I think that is a problem that permeates Volume 7, but the Aesops and Happy Huntresses, and a lot of Ironwood, a lot of their development throughout these volumes is that the things people say are not what we see. And we just have to take... Yeah, she is Friar Tuck. You can tell because her name begins with an F, and that's literally all there is. Just like how Joanna is Little John, and May is Maid Marian, because why actually have interesting things for your characters to be inspired by, when we could just have it be the first letter of their names. I am still working on that great big video that's going to talk about everybody's fairy tale inspirations. I'm going to actually maybe work on it after we're done streaming, so we'll see. But I hope you all like it. Thank you, JK Network. Thank you so much. I just wish Penny lived. I liked her coming back, and her dying again can work, but it's the pacing for me. Plus, if they needed an emotional death in Volume 8, they couldn't use anyone else. I agree. Like, it's weird to bring her back just to almost immediately kill her again. And that's the thing that, to me, it just screams they wanted to just repeat the plot points from before. They just, like, Volume 3 was really popular, so just do the things they said they had in Volume 3. So, like, it's weird. It's like, if she died later on, like, if we were like, oh, maybe she's actually gonna live this time, and she ended up dying in, like, Volume, I don't know, 10 or 11 or something, that'd be something. But having her come back just to die feels like a missed opportunity, and just like a weird attempt to repeat the show's former glory from Volume 3, you know? And then they didn't do anything with her death. I know! They didn't even have RWBY talk about it. That is the one thing. Like, why even do it? Why bring her back just to have her die again? Because the characters didn't talk about it. It had, like, it made RWBY sad for Volume 9, but they're not addressing it. She is just, like, behind the scenes development for RWBY, apparently, or something. You quit the show when they killed her off again? I don't blame you, because it's like, it's so weird. It's so goofy weird. Why bring her back just to kill her again? At that point, I was like, I wish we hadn't have brought her back at all. You know? And they really... What a case of ruining her character, too. With the whole making her a real girl thing. We had to just completely miss the point of what her character was. But I'm gonna try to not rant about Volume 8 while we're watching Volume 7. This episode is written by Kiersey, just Kiersey, directed by Connor. I think they're good. I think they are good, but I feel like, I talked about this in my Volume 9 review, I feel like Kiersey struggles with writing comedy a lot, which I feel like it makes sense because Kiersey usually writes, like, novels, which is a not visual medium, and comedy and pacing for comedy in a novel is a lot different than the comedy you'll see with a visual medium. So I think she doesn't excel with it. But like her actual dialogue scenes are usually much better than the crap Carrie's dialogue tends to be. Yeah, Nora's next. Yeah, the Deadheads conspiracy. Did you all remember that one? I remember that one. The theory that all the redheads were dying, and so Nora was gonna be next. And that also, like had a Venn diagram with the Team Juniper all dies theory. And so I was 100%, like, worried, because Nora's my favorite. I think Volume 7, I like Volume 7, but these first two episodes, slogs. They are slogs to sit through. It's a lot of, like, dialogue, not a lot of amazing visuals. Yeah, like, we're in Atlas right now, and Atlas is usually blue-coded, and that's fine. But, like, compared to the oranges of Mantle, it looks way worse here. If they kill off Nora, is there even a character left to root for? No. Not at all. I guess Crow. I really did a 180 on Crow. Once he started being voiced by Jason Liebrecht, and he'll get his amazing new outfit starting next episode. Oh my god. Crow's current outfit? Yum. The hottest character to ever exist in this show. But once, like, Crow went through his, I'm gonna stop drinking development, I think he became a lot stronger and a lot more interesting. We'll see when we get to our Volume 9 end credit sequence. That'll be new. If it's like the animatic that we saw from before, then they're supposedly hinting towards some development with him and Willow perhaps being like helping her with her own alcohol problems. I now feel like that would be a very interesting development for both of them. I don't like Willow much. I think she got forgiven too easily, but I think that could be a very interesting thing for that, like those characters to have to deal with if we ever get Volume 10. Aesop's and Happy Huntresses should have had mentions in 4 and 5. I agree. Like, mentions. At least the Aesop's. It's like, a lot of Atlas, despite being set up, actually hasn't been set up. Like, we talked about, like, the culture of it, I guess. What could, like, quote-unquote culture. Even though they go through and retcon a bunch of things. Like, how, like, apparently it was like, oh, Grimm can't live in Atlas. Like, that was part of, like, what made Atlas the greatest country, was that they didn't have to worry about using resources on Grimm because the tundra was too cold for Grimm. But then in this volume, they retcon that immediately, and there's Grimm all over the place. So it doesn't... Do I think Ren is boring? Yes. Unfortunately. Which is a shame. He is boring. They've done a lot of big strides for his development, especially in these next 2 volumes, to have him do something. But as a whole, yes, I do think he is a little boring, which is a shame. Ren's more fun when he's talking to other people. So, this plan, they get so, like, weird about it. Like, you can see, like, they're all serious and angry back there, and, like, RWBY has her whole moment where she's like, that is good, and she's, like, angry and sounding suspicious and whatever. And it's like, then they do that. Everything will fall apart, Grimm will be everywhere. Yes, that's why we're gonna slowly implement this dialogue slowly across the kingdoms, so we can use our military to help guard the kingdoms when there's inevitable panic ensuing from learning this information. That's a great plan. I'm not gonna lie. That's an amazing way to go about this. Like, oh, we're gonna tell everybody about Salem and whatever, but we're going to do it slowly, and we're going to make sure we have defense forces up to protect everybody in case the Grimm start being attracted to them, because this is likely to cause a bit of a panic in people. That's a great plan. Like, I can't think of a better way to go about that. And then RWBY hijacks his plan and just dumps the information all in one fell swoop, because they, for some reason, act like he wasn't, like, we need to tell everyone about Salem because we need to beg everybody for help, and which is going to tell the world the best military force in the entire world of Remnant isn't enough to handle this threat. Can you all help us with that? Which is definitely going to ensue panic. And then, but the way Team RWBY went about it is, like, the dumbest way. In any other scenario, that would be the villains. The villains' execution of delivering this information to the people. Causing widespread panic, all in a moment's notice, all at once. And tell everyone that your greatest military is not strong enough to handle the threat. That is, like, not good. It just doesn't make sense to me. The people who insist that Ironwood was always a bad guy and everything he was doing was big, bad, and evil. Because I'm like, did you just not pay attention? That's the thing that gets me. I was like, it just tells me I don't think you really paid attention to what he says in these scenes. And it's that thing we were just talking about earlier. Was that, the things they say versus the things we see are very different. Like, what he says tells us that he has a plan and he's trying to go about this carefully with protection. But what we see is people who don't trust him and things like that. So it's just a lot of weird... Thank you again, Ranger. Best military, more like the world's only military. You're not wrong. Like, why does no other... And I guess it did really hammer home that they have the best military here in Atlas. But, yeah, because it's kind of implied like the Huntsmen are the only force protecting Vale, at least. And then there's not even anything. I guess there's the police over in Haven, but that didn't really do much anyway. And who knows what Vacuo has, you know? Okay, here's a dumb thing. I don't like that he gave the relic back to Team RWBY. Like, I understand it's like a show of trust. Like, he's being like, you can trust me. I'll give you this back. But I'm like, realistically though, no. We should put that somewhere safe. Okay, alright. Okay, I want to talk about Marrow's first line, because I hadn't really thought about it until I made that video a couple days ago. Make a compilation of everyone's first lines. Here he is. He's gonna say it right now. Here we go. Questions are for the weak, but we're all on the same team now. Not that I'm happy about it. What a goofy first line. Questions are for the weak. What are you, my rival from Pokemon Gold and Silver? What, like, I get that the idea is they're trying to establish him as, like, the blowhard kind of character. Like he's like, I'm very cool, but actually deep down he is as goofy and sweet as everyone thinks he is. But that's just a weird, clunky way of doing it, right? Questions are for the weak. Okay. Yeah, what does that even mean? You're right. It's like, I don't know. I think there would be a less clunky way of setting up that idea. I don't ask anything. I just go with my gut. Yeah. Yeah, missed opportunity here. It'll be just like Beacon again. And then it definitely wasn't at all. And I was so sold on the idea of it being like Beacon again, too. I was like, I am so excited to see what this could possibly be like. And then they didn't do that at all. Also, where's all the students? Where are all of the students? We see them at the end of the volume when there's there's this shot where Winter has to run back to like protect Freya, and it's this really amazing dynamic shot of her running, and there's like this big like the reflection of the window being on the ground, and you see all the Atlas students. Why is they always missing when Team RWBY's around? It's the Watts season. Does anyone remember Watts? Because the writers sure didn't. Which is a shame. This sequence is actually very cool. Like, everything changing automatically for him because he has control of the technological systems. Having the techie villain being in the technologically advanced kingdom is, like, very smart. But then they don't do anything with it. He does his one thing where they frame Penny, and then that goes nowhere. And then he turns off the heat, and then he doesn't do anything else ever. And I'm like, we were setting up something to be really cool here. At least we'll get the cool fight in Amity with him versus Ironwood. Like I feel like Watts could have had a lot more going on. The best villain until he joined the DC universe for some reason. That was goofy. That was really goofy. Also, you know what? Nice touch. Seeing Tyrion with his coat again. I do appreciate that. That is a nice touch. I'm gonna say something, though. I don't think this was obviously enough blood. It was too dark. The fact that it had a weird, like halo on the footage. It didn't... I knew it was blood, but I feel like they could have made it a bit more obvious. Just from, like, a color standpoint. Is everyone staying hydrated? Oh. Why does my water taste like that? Maybe it's the cup. Oh wow, they introduced a cool idea but then did nothing with it. It's almost like this is RWBY. You're so right. It just accidentally makes good ideas and fails to capitalize on them. Yes, yes, that's the saddest thing. That's the saddest thing. And I think by this point I really come to terms with it, that RWBY was a show where it has great ideas but really bad execution. Thank you, furry giraffe. It's probably the longest summer vacation. Yeah, it's also like it's weird because we see them in that one scene with Winter. So my mind was initially like, oh, they didn't have the time to make all the extras. But then they did. But they're just not there. Like, they have them at the school, but they might as well not be. Also, I'll talk about it later. We don't see it in this episode, but hyper nitpick, huge, very unimportant, big, dumb, stupid nitpick. I don't like the fact that their bunk beds in the dorm doesn't look the same as their bunk beds from Beacon. Like, they did that with the train when they were on the train last volume. They were sitting on that train, that ludicrously huge train, and they were sitting, it was set up just like their bunk beds from Beacon, and they were sitting on the spots that was where their beds were, and then they don't do that here, and I think that is dumb and a nitpick. So we passed how RWBY hypocritically lied to Ironwood. Yes, and also, they never justify why. They never explain why they think they should be withholding this incredibly critically important information from Ironwood. They never fully, like, they just say he looks, like, tired, and then they just lie to him. And then they're like, see, it was good of us to lie to you, because reasons. And it's like, but why did you lie in the first place? Why didn't you tell him? And we were talking about this last time. If they had, like, talked to each other about, like, I don't know, remember what happened with Leo? If they had just mentioned Leo, even in passing, it would be easier to justify and understand. Or at least easier to headcanon answers for, but they don't. Yeah, Volume 6 Crow. Don't lie, RWBY. We're better than that. Volume 7 Crow. Let's RWBY lie. Oh, this is another thing. Pietro updating their weapons. Such a shame. It's so disappointing. Because RWBY, it could have been, if it was him and RWBY updating their weapons, or if, like, it was implied he updated some, but RWBY updated her own or something, that'd be cool. But whatever. Missed opportunities. Why remember your characters have special or specific interests? Look, Critter, the uniform revealed. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. During the scene when Blake and Yang are en route to arrest Robin, don't they mention Ironwood for a brief moment? Yes, they do, and then they pivot to talking about Adam. 100% you're right, because they, like, start to bring it up, and it's very weird. We'll pay attention to the dialogue, because that's something, like, I feel like me and many others don't really do, is pay attention to, like, the actual dialogue of that scene, because it's very boring. The thing is, like, they start by going, I feel bad because Robin's basically, the gist is, Robin's just trying to do the right thing, and we are going to stop her, and I feel bad. And they're like, well, Ironwood has his reasons. And they're like, but that doesn't feel right. And then they're like, Adam. And they made it about Adam, kind of. Missed opportunities. Okay, and while we're on missed opportunities, Yang's dang sunglasses are so freaking cute, and I am pissed. This was the only time she wears them. She immediately abandons them after they land here. In fact, I don't even think she keeps them on. No, yeah, she does wear them while she lands, and then she ditches them. And I am pissed, because they're precious and really cute, and I am mad because you gave your character this adorable accessory. Have her wear it. Why did you get rid of them? It pisses me off. They're so cute. It's not fair. It's so not fair. They gave her sunglasses last time, too. Like, when she's riding around on her motorcycle with Shady Man in Volume 5, she has sunglasses, and then once again, she immediately ditches them. Stop giving her cute accessories just to get rid of them. I like these outfits. Some are better than others. I think Weiss and Blake are definitely the worst. I think the majority of their outfits are fine. But I will admit, if we get Volume 10, I am so ready to have them be wearing anything else. It's been so long. I've mentioned it a couple of times, but it's been 5 years of them wearing these designs. Oh, oh my god. So tired of them by now. For so long. Maybe I could get some suggestions regarding the new outfits after my version of Volume 9, because I plan that everyone gets a new outfit, including RWBY, after her resurrection. That'd be a great idea. Having a new resurrected RWBY outfit. I thought that was a good idea. Like, someone brought it up, I think in a comment somewhere, and it'd be like, yeah, and then that'd be her outfit for the Evacuo arc. So you could play with, like, giving her something more breathable, you know? But I think lots of opportunities. With RWBY, I think you could even play around with, like, I don't know, making her hair more red or something to, like, imply, like, when she's falling through that dark void and grabbing Crescent Rose, like, the red petals of it could, like, help re-dye the tips of her hair red more. Which I think is one of the things with her look here, is that the red tips of her hair are basically entirely gone. I don't think they're there anymore. If they are, it's just barely, you know? I wish she had kept the red tips more prominently as her design moves forward. You're late? Not really. We're only on episode 3. Barely. Yeah, hey, quite frankly, you missed all the boring stuff. You missed the boring standing around talking to Ironwood things. So you're kind of showing off at just the perfect time, Tori. Blake has too many zippers? Yes. 100% yes. Blake is one of the worst. Weiss is the worst. Weiss looks terrible. I don't... it's something my sister said in her video. Like, this is her volume. These volumes is her separating herself the most from her family. Why would you make her look more like a princess in this moment? Yeah! Crow's hot new outfit, yeah! Yeah, it's a big, bulky, cumbersome dress that makes no sense for the cold environment. It's all bulky. That's the biggest thing. The blue is fine. I would call it garish, personally, but it's not horrible. But it's just like the sleeves are huge and puffy. The bell of her skirt is huge and puffy. Her giant braid is huge and puffy. Weird nitpick. I don't like how she, like, changed her bangs. Like, they used to be cut, and now they're, like, one long, like, smooth bang with swirlies. And I don't like it, but I don't know how to articulate why. Like, it just doesn't feel like Weiss. You know, I would think that'd be a young Willow. If I didn't know any better, I would think this would be her mother as a huntress, not Weiss Schnee herself. They stated that these outfits have layers for them to remove if they got to a hotter area, like Yang's jacket, and yet they didn't remove them? Yes, I've ranted about this constantly, because it would have been cute, because we see what they look like without the layers. That's why I've talked about, like the having extra models for things, like I mentioned, like Baby Ren having pajamas and stuff like that, but just, like, ditching layers would have been such a nice touch, especially during Volume 9. Yeah, the bangs are bad, Bird. Yes. I don't know why, because it's like, it's technically fine. It's not bad, but it doesn't look like Weiss. That's the biggest thing. Like, with the braid and the bangs, just all of it doesn't read as Weiss to me, you know? I'm fine with them changing hair around for this adventure. It's weird that a bunch of them changed their hair, but nah. Now I say chop it all off. Give Weiss the pixie cut she deserves, have Yang tie her hair up in a braid, and call it a day there. Yeah, what's with that tree trunk attached to Weiss's head? It's so hideous, isn't it? Oh, I like this joke. I think this joke is funny. I think this is when I started to like Jean again. I was like, he is a good character when he's not being a moody, broody, center of attention baby. He can be fun. It's just such a shame how they ruin him. Yeah, everyone hush Oscar's on screen. Did you see him for that, like, nanosecond? Why introduce layers for a character if you're not going to play around with it? Especially, like, because you can see, like, the breakdown of the layers. They have that in concept art and everything. But, like, And it just makes you realize how many, like, extra non-important doodads are hanging off of these characters. And I guess it makes sense for the tundra, like, part of their adventure, but the rest of it, no. Yeah, this is a weird line. They benefit from doing nothing to help us. How? Why? Why is this a plot point that we're not, like, not even a plot point? He just talks about it briefly. And I'm like, we know that the Faunus have, like, harder lives. I don't know. It's just weird. Like, they just can't get away from the remains of their old plot points, but they don't want to continue them. Thank you again, Juan. Yang's hair in the crossover movie is underrated. You think so? I guess it's fine. It's fine. It's definitely the best part of her outfit. I do like her hair better when it's tied up and out of her way. It just, like, looks nicer that way. Because then we also get it, like, it gets to... Because the way they model it, the solid lump of hair doesn't look amazing. So having it be tied up just kind of naturally makes it feel a little bit nicer, animation-wise. I forgot, this is the beginning of Blake's semblance becomes impossible to see. From this point on, Blake's semblance will... Like, her shadow clones are on screen for frames, and that's it. Just like a nanosecond. And they're near impossible to see. Sometimes, they're like, when I talked about with the final fight versus the cat in Volume 9, she has a shadow clone on screen, no joke, for one frame. One single frame. There's a shadow clone on screen. And I don't know why they've done this. Like, she's one of the few characters where, like, duplicating a character is very easy to do, animation-wise, and it, like, is one of the few characters where she has, like, a whole interesting dynamic for her semblance. It looks visually interesting to have her shadow clones, so I don't know why they start having them immediately fade away, like within seconds. Unpopular opinion, you like Harriet. I like her design. I like her semblance. I like the idea of her personality. I just don't like her plot. I don't like what happens with her character, especially in Volume 8. My biggest thing with the Aesops is I wish they all had more interesting hair colors. Because, especially in the world where everyone's wearing their uniform, and there's this thing... Oh my god, time for me to get on my soapbox and complain about this. There's this thing I always see with people talking about Atlas. That's like, Atlas squashes creativity. Everyone's supposed to be uniform, and they don't let you have distinct colorful palettes and things. And that's not true. That is not true at all. Like, there's nothing in universe that implies that they don't like creativity for their citizens. Like, we see they have militaries, and militaries have uniforms, but even here with the Aesops, we can clearly see they still allow that level of creativity, because their uniforms aren't one-to-one with each other. It's, like, the color palette is uniform, but they get to design it whatever way they want it to be, you know? So... Like, it's not that Atlas doesn't let them be colorful and creative. And especially when you remember that Flint and Neon exist, the two most coolest, craziest, most creative characters with all the colors in the world on them come from Atlas. Like, yeah, all of Team Funky. And so every time I see people be like, no, Atlas just doesn't let you be creative, I'm like, that's not true. Guys, it's the scene. It's them. Look at them. They're so precious. God, they're adorable together. Yeah, and CL's vibrant shades of blue. Love each other. Be cute and love each other. Did you guys see that it was like the anniversary of Blake and Yang kissing like yesterday or something? And I'm like, I don't care. But if this, I would. God, and you look so, like torn up about it. It'd be so, and the worst thing is not only do I think they're cute together, but we missed out on a lot of really interesting development with both of them. Like, they didn't get enough screen time for, like, Crow to really go through the interesting motions of questioning luck and being close to people, which breaks my heart and makes me sad because they are very cute and fun, and they are cute and fun, and I like them. Curly art. Hi, Curly. Hi. I hate how they never have Weiss fight like a fencer. She just swings in like a short sword, but it's not one. Fencing is so cool. What the hell? I agree so much. Okay, alright. It was like a thing I mentioned with my Ray Earth review. That they all get technically different swords, but they all swing them the same way. It's the same thing with Weiss. She barely uses the sword like a sword to begin with. She mostly just uses it like a wand, which is a choice, I guess. But yeah, she doesn't do like a lot of stabbing techniques. She does a lot of slashing. And it's just... You can tell they didn't... I feel like they've gotten bored with the gimmick of the different weapons thing, because everyone's weapon, while it might look different, they all basically function the same as each other. And the original gimmick of, oh, they all have different weapons, so they all have different fighting styles, is very cool and fun. But it also gets very complicated juggling all those things when you're trying to choreograph a fight scene. So, especially with Weiss's sword, everyone's swords just feel the same as each other. I was watching Danny Mata yesterday. He was reacting to Madoka Magica Rebellion, and it was the fight sequence where Mami and Homura fight each other. And he was talking about how cool it is, and it is very cool. But I was thinking about how they play around with Mami's ribbons, Homura's time-stopping powers, and both of their different, like, weapons in very interesting ways throughout the entire fight. And I was like, it's cool. I think the thing is when RWBY has like a million characters on screen, juggling everyone's different weapons and different superpowers can be, overbearing. Overwhelming. It can be a lot to keep in mind and to choreograph and all these things. So it's easy. Maybe what they need to do is just like trim characters out of fight sequences. Like, we don't need all 70 of the characters in the same fight if it's gonna be a problem. You guys talking about my thumbnail? I knew it was a good one, and I was like, so like, oh man, maybe it's too small to see in the speech bubble. But I'm glad you all noticed. God, they're cute. God, they're so freaking cute. I think another thing is with the Aesops, I would have loved to see them in a casual outfit at some point in time. Because when they're wearing their, like, uniforms, you can only garner so much personality from them based on the small personalized touches they've added. Which is nice, whatever. But especially because, like, when we go to the party in the next episode, for them getting their huntsman licenses, I would have liked to see everyone wearing casual versions of their clothes. Because that would be not only, like, a nice, just, like, extra detail to see, like, a nice way to, like, make it feel like a real lived-in world, but also it would be a cool way to, like, give us an idea of what the Aesops look like when they're not being the Aesops. You know, because they can't be in uniform all the time. It can't rain all the time. Does anyone know that? Does anyone get that reference? It can't rain all the time? If you know what I'm referencing, comment. Leave a comment and let me know if you know what the reference "it can't rain all the time" is referring to. But yeah, the Aesops can't rain all the time. They can't have the same uniform 24/7. So like, and we never see fan art of the Aesops in, like, casual, like, coffee shop AU clothes, and because they're just not that popular characters, because they're kind of boring, so yeah, like, that would have been neat. Just a lot of missed opportunities. I also just like outfits. You did it, David. You nailed it. It is the crow. Thank you. I referenced one of my favorite while I was sitting through these ads. Let me tell you, I made a joke, and it is my favorite joke I ever made. It is in my video doing the analysis of Yang and Weiss versus Flint and Neon from Volume 3. It's my analysis for that fight. And I have a moment where I'm talking about Neon's semblance propelling her forward, and I say something like, she can't have her semblance doing that all the time. And on screen, I have that shot from The Crow where he's saying it can't rain all the time, but I've edited over it so it says it can't rainbow all the time. And I don't think anyone got it. No one commented about it. And I was giggling to myself the entire time at it can't rainbow all the time. Sometimes jokes are for me. They're not for you. They're just for me. Alright, it's over. What was I doing? So, like, it picks up where I left off with whatever I was doing at this episode before. And each one we've seen is, like, at the middle point of the episode. What was I doing where I only watched half of the episode? Was I getting footage for something? I already had all the footage for Volume 7, though. I confuse myself. There must be a reason. Alright, back at the beginning. Bam. Is everyone drinking water? Critter, isn't you giggling all the time? Typical. Shut up. No, totally not. The idea of the Aesops is cool. The execution sucks. Yes. Much like everything that comes. Yes. Like, it's so close. I also don't like how there's 5 Aesops. And Miles and Carrie said in, like, some behind-the-scenes thing, the idea was, Ozpin has his teams of 4, and so Ironwood making his team 5 is like a subtle little thing to be like, ooh, I'm not doing it quite your way, Ozpin. But that's dumb, and they don't talk about it in the show, and it's just an extra unnecessary character on screen we don't need. Thank you, George! Hey gang, I'm at work right now. I wanted to send some good vibes during my break. Looking forward to watching the stream later. Thanks, George. I hope you have fun at work. Vibes are always appreciated, and I appreciate you. And thank you, JK Network. BTW, off topic, but thoughts on none of the kingdoms having kings and queens. They are all run by councilmen and Oz's team. I think that's an interesting world-building choice. Thoughts? I think it's interesting. I think I mentioned this once before. I don't remember where. It might not have even been on stream. I wish they weren't all run by a council system. Okay, are you ready for this deep pull? You guys ready? I'm excited to see how many people even know what I'm talking about. How many of you played Drawn to Life 2 on the Nintendo DS? Specifically the second one. Drawn to Life 2. So with that game, you go to different worlds, and each world is slightly different. So you go to, like, an opera world that is run by, like, a matriarch who's like an opera singer. She's like a queen or whatever. And then you go to, like a volcano world that's run by a king. And he's like an emperor type deal. And then you go to like a space jungle world, and that one has like a council system. And I really liked the idea that the different worlds had different, like, leadership kind of thing. Like, they weren't all exactly the same. Even though the matriarch and the king was kind of similar, there were more differences. It's been a while, I don't exactly remember the specifics around it. But then, like, the jungle having the council. I thought that was really cool, that it made it feel like different, like, actually feel like different worlds, and I thought that was super dope. And I wish RWBY had something kind of like that. Like, I understand, like, having a council system for one of them, but all 4 of them, I think, we don't even really talk about the council in Haven. I think he mentions it once, so I think there is a council over there. We see, like, 2 members of a council talking to Ozpin once. in like volume 2 of with Ozpin, and then we have no idea what Vacuo's doing. They might have a council, they might not. I think it's a cool idea. Like, in theory, it's fine. They don't play around with it enough, in my opinion. I think Atlas, they do it the most, and I think it makes the most sense with Atlas because they are technically the two separate kingdoms of Atlas and Mantle, so a council system would make sense, but I wish we played around with it more. We talk about the council a lot, and we, like, imply... It's weird because we talk about the council a lot, but then all of it falls on Ironwood's shoulders, like, the blame. Like, even though there's a council of at least 3 other people. Like, it's Ironwood holds 2 seats on the council, and that's important for some... Oh, I started talking and my Siri understood me. I said something and she thought I was talking to her. I was like, why is my phone on? So yeah, like, Ironwood holds 2 seats in the council. We don't know what that really entails. Like, what does that... he gets 2 votes, I guess? Alright, but then there's 3 other people on the council still. So even if he held 2 seats, they all could outvote him, theoretically. And it's because it's Sleet, Camilla, and then they're having the election for the 4th council seat, which Jacques ends up getting. I don't know. I like the idea of it. I really like the idea of it. But like many things in RWBY, I think it's a little underdeveloped to really have the impact I think it could. But also, I think the whole government angle with RWBY it's not what the story is really leaning into. It's not what the story's about. So I'm kind of fine with it being a little underdeveloped. For, like, the sake of larger narratives, it would have been cool to dive into it more. But, oh well. What we get in Atlas is fine. I do hope if we're gonna lean into these ideas with Vacuo whenever we get Volume 10. I hope they do something different, just so it's not like a copy and paste of what we see here with Atlas, just so it's something a little bit new and creative to play around with, you know? Does that make sense? I remember... Okay, so am I dumb? Maybe it's just because I don't, like, listen, and I'm bad with words, but when I was first watching Volume 7, I thought Ironwood was also in the election for the council seat. Because Jacques comes up and he talks about how he's doing his, like, election for the council, and then we find out Robin's doing her thing for the council, and I thought it was a 3-way fight between Robin, Ironwood, and Jacques, and then it's like, no, Ironwood's not in it. And I was like, what? Am I dumb? Was I the only one who thought that? I might have just been, like, not really paying attention to what they were saying, so it might be my bad. But I'm not, it's just the way he says some of these lines, I thought. This is weird for Jacques to come here himself, right? Like, why not call? Why fly here? Like, it's fine, because then we get this scene. I can understand that, like, it's a fine thing. In my mind, Jacques doesn't seem like the kind of person who would go out to do something like this without, like, sending someone else to do it for him, you know? Critter, why not have corrupted politicians and government as side villains? It could have been a cool story. It could have. I mentioned this earlier. I feel like that would have been better as, like, an early volume plot point. Like, volumes 1 through 5 somewhere, you know? And here in volume 7, where I'm like, tell me about the Maidens, and Salem is a threat. It feels like an extra thing that kind of distracts us from a lot of the plot. Like, a lot of this season is the election plotline. And then that kind of immediately gets thrown out the window, because it didn't matter anyway, because Ironwood calls martial law, and then next season we're, like, renegades and whatever. So, I'm like, I'm fine with the idea of it, but I feel like we could have used this time to talk about other more important things, rather than focusing so much of it on the election, especially since the election doesn't even matter in the long run. You know, a lot like Penny. There's a lot of ideas with this volume that just don't feel like they really mattered in the long run. And it's weird to me, because these are the ones that like, they say they wrote volumes 7, 8, and 9 all together. Like, they had planned out volumes 8 and 9 while volume 7 was airing. And then they finished writing them all after, like, while volume 8 was airing. You know, they supposedly had all these 3 volumes planned out all at the same time. So you would think they'd realize that this election plot kind of doesn't go anywhere. You would think they realize bringing Penny back kind of goes nowhere. You would definitely think they would realize, hey, maybe the Ever After isn't a good idea. Because that is still very weird, and I still don't quite understand. I also wish Winter had been there. Winter doesn't engage with her family. I was thinking about this a while ago. They don't talk to each other. The Schnee family, which I guess is, like, fine, because that's kind of, like, part of the thing is they don't like each other at all. Only Weiss talks to Willow, Winter, Whitley, and Jacques, which makes sense. She's one of our main characters. Winter never talks to Willow or Whitley. Ever. The first time we see her even glance in their direction is actually at the very end of Volume 8, when she's the Maiden and she flies through the portal. She looks over and she sees them standing there with Klein. Even when we go invited to Jacques' party later this volume, she's there, but she doesn't look at Whitley, she doesn't engage with him at all, she just goes to the meeting with Jacques and the rest of the council members. And similarly, Whitley doesn't really actually talk to Jacques much at all. He talks to Willow more in Volume 8 during the Hound's attack on the manor. But it's weird, especially for how Whitley is, like, Jacques' golden boy. He doesn't talk to him. The first time we actually ever see him talk to Jacques, there's only one scene where he talks to Jacques. And it's at the end of this episode, actually, where... this episode? Yes, it's at the end of this episode where he comes in and he's like, "Father, there's a strange man at the door." And Jacques' like, "Why did you let him in?" And he goes, "I didn't. He let himself in." And then it's Watts. That is the only time Whitley ever talks to Jacques ever. And I feel like they should have been engaging with each other more. Yes, Courtney, Oscar isn't here, and he should have been. Why is he not here for their celebration? Penny's here. Crow is here. The Aesops show up later. Where is Oscar right now? Because if he's not hanging out with Team RWBY, Team Juniper, or Crow, what the hell is he doing? Could you imagine? And even Penny's not there. Could you imagine how pissed he was? He's like, "You all had cake? You had a party without me? No one invited me?" Gotta stretch. Oh, we're coming up on one of my favorite scenes. It's my favorite scene because I always think about how Pretty Weird Duck did it. I don't think Pretty Weird Duck is here today. They were in chat yesterday. Pretty Weird Duck has been doing a lot of the animation challenges I've proposed, and it was the Golden Oldies one. Golden Oldies? No, I am wrong. It was the Talking Head scene one. Pretty Weird Duck reanimated the scene where Crow talks to RWBY about Summer. And the way, it's so good. It's so cute. Like, you see RWBY, like, he gives them, they're both eating a slice of cake as they're eating. And as Crow's talking, you see RWBY's chewing, but she's not eating her slice of cake. She's stealing pieces of cake from Crow's plate while he's talking. And then at the end, like, he notices and she laughs and they trade plates. It's so cute. Oh my god. Pretty Weird Duck is really good with things like that. This one. Yeah. Watch it. Go watch my thing and then find Pretty Weird Duck's, link in the description, and then leave a comment and a like on Pretty Weird Duck's video. Because it's so cute and good. Very expressive and animated and fun, and I like it. What did you say? Schubert Oscar made the mistake of dining at the Starco Bell? Yeah, Oscar's shopping again. Did you know there's concept art of Yang and Oscar hanging out and interacting? Oh my god, really? No way. I have to see that. Hold on. I really like this scene. I think Jason Liebrecht does so good with Crow, and this is a great example of it. Such a good lines. He just got that, he's got like soft, kind energy with his voice performance here, and I love it, honestly. It helps a lot. I think, because, like, Vic Mignogna had such, like, a gravel, and it sounded very, like, not angry, but not welcoming. And Jason Liebrecht's voice is just much generally softer, kinder, and I think that's why I like it so much. Thank you again, JK Network. In your opinion, did the villains... Sorry. In your opinion, did the villains like Watts, Hazel, and Tyrion, he has one with Crow, need to have more of a dynamic with Team RWBY? I'm fine with Tyrion, but I can see why it's seen as a miss, but IDK what Watts should gain. I think they should have. This is for the heroes' benefit, specifically. I wanted that if the heroes know what they're up against, then they can, like talk to each other and conceptualize their threat levels that they have to face, you know? And it makes it more interesting than just, OMG, who's this random guy we're fighting? Who's that big guy? We don't know. Like, we knew who Hazel was since Volume 4, but he rolls up at Haven to fight in Volume 5, and it's like, who's he? And it's like, yeah, I wish they had a bit more of a dynamic with their villains, so they knew who they were and could understand their threats, and maybe also try to find ways to like fix, like if they were sitting here being like, I don't think Hazel's a bad guy, I think we could talk to him to set up his redemption down the line. I think it would have been a great way to also just make it seem like Team RWBY know what they're doing. They know there's a threat out there, and they're like, we could do something about it. You know, a couple of scenes here and there talking about what to do with the villains, or which villains could be behind something. I think Watts is hard because he's so, like, technologically driven, and none of them are, like, tech heads, really. They're all kind of big goof dum-dums, and that's fine. I felt like he could have had something with Weiss, because, they're both from Atlas, but, like, there's nothing to really work with in the long run. Other than him, because he, like, teams up with Jacques, and that could also tie into Weiss in some meaningful way. This should have been a Weiss-centered arc, right? Like, here in Atlas, we should have been focusing on Weiss a bunch, right? Like, this was the time. Liebrecht sounds way less expressive to me. It also doesn't help that I've hated Crow for a while now. I understand where you're coming from. When you're like, don't like a character, it doesn't matter who's voicing them, you're gonna be like, no, you're bad. But I do prefer Liebrecht, in my opinion. I understand. Yeah, like, being in Atlas, and Jacques being one of our main villains, you'd think this would be a Weiss-centered volume. And maybe that's why I feel like Weiss hasn't gotten to develop much in the latest volumes, because she really hasn't gotten to do things since volumes 1 through 3, really. Like, she's been very passive. Her arc has been, I'm not listening to my daddy no more, and that's fine. But the thing is, it's not a Weiss-centered volume, but it's not an anyone-centered volume, you know? Who's the main hero of this volume? I guess Penny, because she gets the Maiden powers, she gets brought back, but it's like, why couldn't it have been someone from Team RWBY, you know? Oscar has a lot going on, I suppose, but it's mostly a Penny volume. Like, you know, she gets the Maiden powers, she does all that and everything. Team RWBY's there, but they're just fighting the Aesops in the end. Yeah, you're right, it's an Ironwood volume. Thank you. Thank you, Seabass. Weiss, she's just Ken. Yeah. I don't know. Like, cause, like, she's talked about her home life at Atlas so much. I feel like this could have been an opportunity to at least have her, like, talking about it more. Like being specific about things, having the characters, like, empathize with her, what she's got going on, talk to her about stuff, having like a follow-up conversation with Yang, because Yang in Volume 5 was like, your home life was fine, you had parties to attend, and then she was like, actually no, my mom was bad, and then they like connect over that. That could have been cool if we had like a follow-up where Yang like re-talks to her and like reaffirms that you are cool and I'm glad you're better than these people, but whatever. Yeah, let Best Girl have her arc. Alright, I'm gonna pause immediately. I feel like they really overdid the salutations thing with Penny. Like, it was cute at first, but then they just kept doing it. And I'm like, okay, I get it. She said it the one time. I'm in the way a bit. I'm not moving. I'm just covering up Worst Girl, and it's Blake, so... yeah, so they're in the right orientation for their bunk beds. Like, Ruby's top bunk, Weiss is bottom, Yang is top bunk, Blake is bottom. That's how it was with Beacon and everything. But they're all up against this one wall, rather than being, like, split on other sides of the room. And I don't like that. It is so minor. It is the most minor. It is the hyperest of nitpicks there's ever been. It is so not important at all. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think anyone else cares. I think it's only me. And I understand. But yeah, I wish they looked more exactly like their bunk beds from Beacon, because I liked that. But that's me. Oh, also, we can also I won't pause, but all of their bodies are exactly the same. Like, you can tell, hold on, you can tell they just, like, modeled one of them and then just moved their heads onto the body, you know, because they're all got the same exact body shape as each other. Like Weiss's boobs aren't that big. Blake's shoulders aren't that broad, you know? And I'm like, that's boring. We couldn't have even given them unique pajamas for this one scene. At least they got pajamas. I will give them that. At least they actually got pajamas. So that's more than what they've been doing. We'll keep going. And then there's RWBY Arrowfell, that is part of this episode. Yeah, Arrowfell and the Justice League Part 1 movie takes place within this one episode. I haven't played Arrowfell yet. I have it. I bought it. I'm annoyed, because I bought it, and then like a week later it went on sale. And then like recently it went on sale again. And I'm like, god damn it. It wasn't expensive, but come on. Yeah, I haven't played it yet. But yeah, it's weird that so many supplemental side things are, what are you saying? Critter, aren't the split lines during certain scenes also a little annoying? Split lines? Oh, I get what they're going for. Like, I get it. I'm not a huge fan. I think they overuse them. That's the biggest thing. Is that they really, really overly rely on them. Especially this volume. You know? What was I saying? What was I even saying? What was I babbling about? Oh yeah, it's weird that, like, all these supplemental things happen in this montage, you know? And I was thinking, specifically, because I haven't played Arrowfell yet, I can't comment too much on it, but it's weird with the Justice League movie. Because it's like, oh, have you not watched RWBY? Watch this, this spin-off movie. What time does it take place? Well, it pretends it's taking place in, like, its first season somewhere. But what it actually is it takes place in the middle of its 7th season. And it's like, oh, well, if you haven't watched RWBY, that's a lot of stuff to kind of know. I hate that Weiss is no longer a modest breast size. Weiss used to bring body diversity. That's lost now because the animators don't care to make women with unique body types. Yes, I agree. It's very boring having everyone be the same exact body type. Like, the men get some diversity. Like, there's some skinny boys and some broader boys, but they're also rather similar. But the girls, with their all the same boob sizes and skinny little waists and basically the same heights, very boring and dumb. And I remember Twins had that video where she talked about it, and a bunch of people, very cringy, was in the comments section arguing about, but actually, if you think about the way boobies actually grow, on the development of girls, and it's like, stop it. No, Weiss is 17 in Volume 1. No, they're not gonna inflate to triple their original size because of the scientifics of girls in their puberty. And it's like, no, we could just admit, because also, the character designers don't care about that. The character designers didn't care about the scientific development of women's chests as they, with their diets and the different ages between 17 and 18. They don't care. They just animated girls with big boobs because they could. That's what it is. So, what a shame. I'm also bummed that we finally met the rest of Team Funky, and they're so lame. Like, Cobalt's definitely the most boring character ever. Like, Ivory's fine. At least Ivory has, like, neat glasses. But Cobalt's boring as hell, which is such a shame. You would think for being, like, the illustrious rest of Team Funky, there'd be, like, something else crazy going on. But no. Yeah, the titty balloons from Weiss's trailer from Volume 5. It's so goofy. It's funky with an I, Kelvin. FNKI. I is for Ivory. But yeah, in Volume 5 is Weiss's character short. It's that's where it's really obviously, like, they didn't care. Because the amount of time between her in her original outfit and her from the time skip is, like, a year. Whatever. So goofy. So silly. I thought the girls were all 18 except Ruby. Yeah, in this volume, I think they're 19? In volumes 1 through 3-ish, they were 17, and Ruby was 15. And then somewhere in volumes 4 through 5-ish, they became 18, and she was 16. And now, supposedly, they're all 19, and Ruby's 17. It's hard to keep track, because also, you could kind of keep track, because it was every 2 volumes a year passes, theoretically, but then volumes 8 and 9 happened within days of each other. Or 7 and 8. I don't know. This is, Hi, Kaiser! IDK, if I would say the girls have the same sizes, Yang still kind of sticks out to me, but it's still dipping into some fairy tale level, same old, same old. Yeah, it's like, because it's like, especially compared to them in Volume 1. Like, in Volume 1 you can really tell they have some diversity with their, at least, boob sizes, and heights, I guess. But they've all kind of been generally the same size as each other. They all have the same shoulder width, the same hip width, things like that. But at least their boobs were a little bit different. And nowadays they're all exactly the same. It's so boring. Missed opportunities, I would say. But that's also because, they make their one model, and then they reuse that one model over and over again. They just will, design new hair and face shapes, and that's it. But they'll just copy the body models over and over again if they can. Yeah, Volume 7, 8 through 9, Episode 10 happen all within a week. Yeah. It's gonna be this thing where, in our world, they've been wearing these outfits for, 5 years. In universe, Team RWBY got their new outfits, and then, a month later, they're gonna change to new outfits in Evacuation. It never feels like a year passes between volumes. Okay, and it's a thing. I think it doesn't help that there are never seasons, which is so weird that one of the big elements for the show are the season-themed magical women, but we don't really get to see seasons passing. We kind of do in volumes 1 through 3, where it's, the trees are green in the courtyard outside of Beacon. And then in Volume 3, the trees are red. And RWBY even mentions it is fall, so it's probably colder. So that is the only time we've ever seen seasons passing. But everywhere else, it looks just the same. All of Mistral is green trees the entire time. No differences. There's no difference in, like, weather, no differences in, like, when the sun sets. We don't see them say it looks chilly. It doesn't do anything. There is no flowers starting to bloom, no leaves starting to fall. Everything looks like the middle of summer. And then we get to Atlas, and everything looks exactly the same again. And so it's really hard to tell that years are passing when the seasons aren't changing at all. God, this scene's cute. God, they're so cute. Oh, I like them. This is such a sweet moment. This volume had a lot of really sweet dialogue moments, and I will give it that. Like, I feel like we missed some opportunities to, like, develop other concepts within the show, like the happy Huntresses mostly. But the scenes we do actually get really, really great, sweet dialogue scenes that actually feel really emotionally driven. Like, where before a lot of dialogue scenes felt very exposition driven, these ones feel like characters actually talking. And I could list them on, like, my list of favorite actual dialogue moments, you know? It's Worst Girl. She's here. It's Robin. Oh, I remember one of my jokes from when I first reviewed this episode was that they're yelling at each other because they're so far away. And they wasted Christina V on you and everything. What about Mantle's outer wall? That is like... I talked about it with Team Jacked. They could fix the wall so easily. It's so easy to fix. I don't know why she's so pissy about it. It's a thing of, like, oh, we see her supposedly stealing, like, resources, but then we don't see what she does with any of it. Is she fixing the wall? Or is she just putting in bullets for her own happy Huntresses? We don't know. It's, again, that thing of what they say versus what we see, you know? And it's dumb because they're like, oh no, Robin's stealing our resources, so the Amity Tower's not done. And then at the end, they're like, how dare Ironwood? Amity Tower's not done. And it's like, yeah, because you are sitting there helping her with the stealing of the resources. What do you mean? What do you mean? And also, why doesn't Ironwood tell everyone he's trying to fix Amity? And I've seen the thing multiple times where people insist it's because, oh, he doesn't know who to trust. Who is going to publicly shut down the idea of turning back on global communication other than someone who's already in Salem's council? Why would any other character, like, is Councilman Sleet gonna be like, no, that's a bad idea? You know? Like, what citizen of Mantle would be like, aw, man, we want our wall fixed more than we want the global communications turned back on. And also, another dumb thing, what resources are they actually sending to Amity, you know? Like, is it just a bunch of dust or something? Because what are they sending to Amity that they couldn't also give to the Mantle Wall? The Mantle Wall is such a not problem. It should be so easy to fix. Weiss could just waltz up and, like, blast some stones from her sword. Like, the way she fought Cordovan last time, she summons, like, a giant stone wall to protect them. Just do that a bunch. Just do that a couple of times. You all have so much dust everywhere. Just fix the wall easily. It shouldn't be a problem for the citizens of Mantle in general, and it shouldn't be a problem for Ironwood as well. And it also shouldn't be a problem for Pietro, because Pietro goes down there with his, like, robotics and stuff, so he should be able to, like, I don't know, whip together something pretty easily of his own resources to fix the stupid wall. The wall is such a dumb plot point, and everyone goes about it in the dumbest way. Thank you so much, Ranger. Atlas, so strict and uppity that it lets criminals run for positions of power. Yeah, like, what are the qualifications you need to have to be in the running for the politics, you know? I'm kind of glad we don't linger on that part too much, but it's later when, like, she shows up to Jacques' thing to, like, be mad at Ironwood, which makes no sense. Why wouldn't she be mad at Jacques? He was the one that she lost the election to. But she's still wearing, like, her goofy, like, bandit outfit. Again, just that extra little thing. Why not give them fancy attire for the party? That little extra detail would have been nice, you know? That's the problem when you invite all 900,000 of your characters to a party setting. It's like, oh, well, we don't have the time to give all of them, like, nice, neat little outfits for this scenario. Well, maybe we don't need to include all 900 of them here. But whatever. This dialogue, I feel like, has always been a little weird. Like, it's not weird, but it's just not very... It doesn't hit as hard as I feel like it should. Their dialogue later, when they're, like, in front of Freya, is really good, I feel like. But this one feels, like, very... like, surface level, you know? This is also when we start to see Kara. Her performance isn't really amazing. Our kingdom's not supposed to be like this. Fearful and withdrawn. What do you mean? She's, like, upset because of the embargo. And it's like, what do you expect to happen? Like, the embargo makes sense. Salem's in the world. Lionheart wanted to kill you all. Of course they're not going to be giving out resources to anybody. They don't know who to trust. People get upset at him for not telling people about Amity because, oh, he doesn't know who to trust. But then it's like, but of course he's like, don't give resources to the entire universe yet because we don't know where the Roman Cinder had a whole thing with Roman because he stole all the dust and veil, and then they took down Beacon because he could steal all that dust. They don't explicitly say it, and you have to, like, headcanon a lot of answers, but the reason they beat it was because Romans stole all the dust, and so they had all the money in the world to, like, get them... They had all the dust and resources to, like, be their bullets and whatever, and their explosives and stuff. So, of course, he's gonna be like, maybe let's not be giving out all this dust, because we don't want another Roman. Another Roman stealing all the dust ever. It's silly. It's silly that they get mad for dumb things. Like, reasonable things. Like, if you want to be mad at Ironwood, there are plenty of things you could be getting mad at, you know? There are plenty of things like he's keeping secrets, doing this stuff. This is the thing they could really be upset about, you know? Like, hey, I don't think that machine you were gonna use with Pyrrha was very good. I don't think keeping this situation going is very good. There are things they could be leaning into, but instead they pick, like, the silliest little things for the characters to be arbitrarily upset over. Why isn't the wall in Mantle fixed? That's what you're worried about? Fixing yourself. Come on, Yang, Blake and Yang. Just walk down to Mantle and fix the wall yourself. It also doesn't help that we don't ever see the wall. So, we see it, like, once there's already, like, Megaliaths charging through the streets of Mantle. But, like, why don't we see it before? Just put up some walls, put up some brick and mortar. It would be so easy for them to do something about it. So it's silly. It feels like the things they get up in arms over are silly, rather than actually meaningful. Which is a shame. It's the whole Ironwood thing is so poorly handled from top to bottom. But this scene is really good. I've seen several people say that, they're forcing her to do this. And she explains right here, clearly in this scene, that it's a thing she's doing because it makes her proud. You know? She's choosing to do this. And so the idea is, like, they're forcing it on her. It's because it was a lot of people being like, they were gonna force Pyrrha, they manipulated Pyrrha. And it's like, that's obviously not what's happening. They knew she would say yes. They knew she was that she's at those ideals of being perfect and being the hero. They were manipulating her and putting her in a bad situation. Which is so not true, because you're right, Pyrrha does instantly say yes, and everyone else says no. She's like, what, I thought this was what he wanted. And they're like, yeah, but like, stop and think about it for a second first. And also, like, they do need a fall maiden. And who else would they pick other than Pyrrha? Pyrrha was the best fighter they had. She was an amazing person. She had a lot of heart and, like, ideas and could be a good leader. Who else could they pick to be the fall maiden? You know? Who else could it have been? They weren't manipulating her or forcing her. What? And it's even more so here with Winter. Like, Winter's obviously very proud at the idea of being the Winter Maiden. You know, well, when Ironwood tells her to be the Winter Maiden, it's bad and they're forcing it on her. But when Penny tells her to be the Winter Maiden, oh, what a sweet gift. Whatever. Another AU idea is that next to huntsmen in training are also builders in training who work in mega construction and order to walls and cancel and such. Okay, interesting. The problem goes back to the lack of actual huntsmen and huntresses in the Atlas arc. Where are the students, teachers, and other huntsmen that work with the school? They should be fixing the wall. Yes. Yes. Like, a broken wall would not be a problem for... Ew. Ew. What is this concept art? Ew, it's just them and their, like, old outfits. Ewy. Ew. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, like, a broken wall would not be a problem for any other kingdom. Like, there's plenty of Grimm in Vale already, you know? Plenty of Grimm over there. A broken wall would not be a problem, right? Like, they would fix it right away. It feels, for being, like, the technologically advanced civilization in their fantasy setting with magic, what a minute little problem for them to have, you know? I never noticed it was their old art. Usually I'm looking at the, like building itself, like the walls. Thank you, JK Network again. Wow. Not gonna lie, when I started RWBY, I thought Oz would ask her to be a maiden, because MC power is up, you know? Plus Silver Eyes and Maiden powers is busted. Yes. And I've gone through my own character arc, 100%, where I was like, oh, he'll ask Team RWBY, and that'll be boring. And now I'm at the point where I'm like, no, I want Team RWBY to be the maidens. Because, like... Oh, cutie. Hold on. Because, like, then they get to be a part of the plot. That's the thing. Is, like, we see the maidens are, like, the real main characters constantly. Consistently. They are the ones who actually get to do things. So, and yeah, because he was like, you have silver eyes. And it's like, that's gonna be important. And then it is. And then it's like, oh, she's gonna be on his radar. He's gonna be picking her and stuff. But no. Look at this. Look at this fan art, this concept art of Fiona. Look at how freaking adorable she is. Oh my god. It's this one right here. This one. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, she's so cute. I love her. She's so damn cute. Oh, we're already on episode 6? Wow. We're blasting through. Crazy. Time flies when you're having fun. It also helps when this is a good volume. Also, we haven't been having problems with frame rate, so that's great. It's also, like, not stormy today. If you were in my Discord, being a $2 member at least, you can join my Discord. You know that I told everyone that after the stream was over, it started raining. And so I'm like, I really cut it off at the right time. I'm fine. The rain didn't bother me. I survived Mother Nature. Take that. It wasn't even hard rain. It was just kind of windy. Is everyone drinking water and staying hydrated? Critter's in love with Fiona. I really do love her. She is so cute. Oh my god. Because I've been talking about how the Aesops have really boring designs, and a lot of the Happy Huntresses have more unique designs because they get more interesting color palettes, especially May. I really like May's hair, but Fiona's hair and her ears, oh my god. Also, she's got the green, and I like green, and it's not even Robin's poopy baby diaper green that she wears. It's like a nice green. Thank you again, Ranger. Hot take that might get me executed. I don't like Fiona and would not mind if she died. How dare you? How dare? I'm upsetty spaghetti. How could you say this? in how dare you? Wrong. Incorrect. Factually incorrect opinion. No, you're allowed to, like, it's fine. She's not enough on screen to really have, like, an actual, like, character or anything. So, I don't blame you. I just really like her design a lot. I think she's adorable. But I will admit, the Happy Huntresses, all of them, painfully underdeveloped. Like, they're not even caricatures, you know? It's, even Joanna. Joanna's the worst one, where I'm like, I don't even, like, get an idea of, like, what your basic stereotype of a characterization would be, because she's not on screen. She does not talk. May kinda does. Sorta. Whatever. It's mostly just like, I like your design when it comes to the Happy Huntresses. Thank you again, JK Network. That begs the question, would they write a way to transfer Winter Maiden power to Weiss without killing off Winter? I know it's a strange way with how many characters they kill. I don't see Winter dying. They could. That's the thing. I feel like they totally could. Because we saw in Volume 3, they have the, like, aura transfer thing. And also later, in the next episode, we'll see, Pietro has his whole, like that's how he made Penny, by transferring parts of his aura. So I think they totally could be able to find a way. It would be an in-universe, I think that it would make, total sense in-universe if they were like, we figured out a way to transfer parts of aura into a new host, and we think we could transfer the Maiden powers this way. I would 100% be on board with that. Like, I think it would work perfectly with how they've set it up already. 100%. They would just need, like, a machine, and, like, it would be like we don't know for surezies if it's gonna work, and it would be like a nice little, like, tension moment, and then it would totally work. Maybe they'd get some sort of scar, like if it's hooked up to, like, your arm, and you get, like, an arm scar, you know? Does that make sense, what I just said? I pictured it like when you put in an IV for, like when you're at a hospital, and then you got that little, like ouchie spot on your arm. That won't leave a scar, but, like, if it was, like, an aura thing, it might. I think that would be fun. Or maybe your eyes change color slightly, because now you got someone else's aura inside of you. That would be fun. Mostly I would just want a visual representation to go along with it, is what I'm implying. But yeah, I think they could totally do that. Yeah, arm scar. 10 out of 10. Everyone's favorite anime staple, those classic arm scars. There's that grim bug that transferred Amber's power. Oh yeah, that one too. Yeah, it could be totally related. You're overhyping. Did you change your icon? Did you change your icon? I think it looks different. Yes. 100% that. I always forget that bug exists. That's such a thing that's, like, that feels so important, and that should have been a really big deal. Because it looked like Amber knew what it was going to do, right? Like she looked like she knew it was going to be sucking out her maiden powers, right? So I feel like that should have been a bigger deal. And then it wasn't. Cinder's mark changed with the maiden powers? Yeah. And you know what it is? I found this out too recently. For, like, how obvious this is. You know what that mark is? That's her character emblem. Like, you know how Ruby's character emblem is the, like, rose thing, and Yang's character emblem is the, like, flaming heart thing? That's Cinder's. What it is like a makeshift heart shape with two glass slippers standing heel to heel to each other. Do you understand what I'm saying? Did those words make sense? Like, it's like, imagine like a high heel, and then imagine it is just copied, and their, like, heels are together. Like, the soles of the shoes are together, and, like, they'll make a weird little, like, heart-type shape, but, like, in the middle of them. That's what that is. That was what, like, when she did the thing with the bug, what went onto her back is her own emblem. And I was like, okay. But why? So if Yang had done it, would her emblem get, like, burned into her body parts somewhere? Why was it the back? Why did it do that? Was it the bug, or was it the Maiden powers? I wish it was the Maiden powers, because it was something Kaiser was talking about on our last Team Jack stream, that, like, I wish there was, like, an emblem on you that was, like, a more obvious signifier of you being a Maiden, other than just the glowy eye flame thing. And I agree. So yeah, but since that's never happened ever again, I'm led to believe it must have been bug-related. But why did it do that? Did she do that? Did she burn her own emblem? Like, she gets Maiden powers, and the first thing she does is immediately burns her own emblem into her back because she's always wanted a tattoo? It is weird. You're right, Tori. It's weird. Like, that felt like all of that. That whole episode felt like so much important stuff, and then it didn't go anywhere. And it really confuses me. We're in May's scene. I love this scene. May's dialogue in this scene is so good. For being, like, her, like, first line character introduction, really, we do get a lot of personality from her. The problem is, when we get to Volume 8, she seems so, like, not this anymore. Also, Kaden does do a great job with these lines. Thank you again, JK Network. Wow! Wow, thank you! 20? Wow, thank you! Also, minor, because I didn't see many bring it up, but thoughts on the relationship drama between Ren and Nora in Volume 7. Because I know how people feel about Bumblebee drama in 6, and ship drama can be controversial because it's not the plot. I think it's well done. I think it's very well done. Speaking of Kaiser, because I just mentioned him, Kaiser has a great video talking about why he doesn't think it's well done. So if you want to hear, like, his perspective of someone who doesn't like how the Ren and Nora stuff went down, watch his video. I think it is well done, because it's about time Ren and Nora got to do something. And I understand, like, I like how the thing that's driving a wedge between them is a combination of they don't agree with each other about the politics. For being such a politic-heavy season, it's nice that at least some of these characters can have some kind of disagreements about it, you know? And it, like, affects their relationships. Like, I can't think of anything else that they could engage with that would make them disagree with each other to this degree. On top of, also, Nora's getting frustrated that the relationship isn't really going anywhere. And Ren's, like trying to close himself off from that. I like it. I think it's very good. I think it's also, it's interesting seeing them being this way. Because they've been, like, always gelling together, always on each other's side, they always agree with each other, so seeing them, like, disagreeing and, like, arguing is such a unique new direction for their characters. Does it have some, like, missteps here or there? Yes, I think so. I think it's just, like, par for the course with RWBY, that it could have had better development somewhere along the way, but I do think it's good. I think it's an interesting thing to, like, spice up this volume. Because when you think of this volume, it's like, oh, there's the Ironwood drama, and then there's the Aesop's drama, and then there's the Happy Huntresses drama, the politics drama. But it's easy to forget that Ren and Nora was also doing things this season. And, like, Nora's been talking a lot since this season started. So it's nice having her, like, really getting to do stuff, like, kind of be a little bit more center screen than she's gotten to be, because she's been very, like, in the background. She's been a supporting character all the way through, so having it be a little bit more Nora-centric, I wish it got to be even more Nora-centric. I think they kind of dropped the ball with Volume 8, having her be unconscious for most of it, but I like the direction of it. I think it's good. I think it's interesting. Guys, hear me out. What if Ren died in Volume 8? Would have been crazy. Would have been super crazy. I like Juniper a lot, so I would have been very upset. Fun fact, Juniper are my favorite characters. If the team... I had a dream one time where it was Jean, Ren, and Nora, and they were doing a combo attack, and after that, I was like, oh, they are my favorites. Those three are my favorite characters. Here's the combo attack while we're sitting through this ad. Let me tell you what it was. It was Jean and Ren stood shoulder to shoulder, and then Nora, like, propelled herself off of them, and they threw her upwards so she could do, like, a spinning hammer move. That was what it was in my dream. Is it all that interesting? No, but blame Dream me for that. But that happened, and I was like, they're my favorites now. They're the ones that I like the most when they're on screen. The thing is, all three of them need to be on screen together. Like, they're most fun when they're a team. When Jean is by himself chewing away screen time, not as good. Probably would have become the only moment Nora acknowledges Pyrrha. Yeah, that's another missed opportunity in many ways to have them talk about their dead teammates more. Like, that's kind of why Penny's, like, resurrection and then re-death feels so pointless, is because no one talked about it. No one talked about her death the first time, no one talked about the miracle of her coming back, and no one talked about her death the second time. So it makes it feel like the characters don't exist within the realms of their own story when you do that. When things happen, have characters talk about it. That's the interesting part. That's where you get them to develop together, you know? Yeah, this is Watts' one time to be really cool. Also, it was dope seeing Tyrion coming back. That's a lot of fun. Because, like, Tyrion's a fun, cool character. And for being on the sidelines for so long. Like, he hasn't gotten to do anything since Volume 4. It's been, like, 2 volumes since he's done things. So, like, having him just go, like, ham, really fun. Problem, a little dark. You can't see anything, and neither can I. If I turned off all the lights in my room and shut the blinds, maybe I could see something. But, I also just have really bad, crappy eyes, and I can't see things in the dark. But when you do brighten up the footage and actually you get to see what's going on, way better. And he gets to be, like, actually creepy with his semblance. Like, can you imagine that? Could you imagine that guy running at you full speed? Oh my god. Cool stuff. I will say, I really like the plot point of Penny getting framed for this attack. I think that's a great plot point. I think that's so cool. I think that is a fun direction to take. I like it when heroes have to face, like, adversity because, like, they gotta prove themselves or something. It also gave, like everyone loves the heroes. No, they have a conflict they need to solve. They need to prove their friends' innocence. And that goes nowhere, unfortunately. Because, like, it doesn't, like, they mention it once during Jacques' party 2 episodes from now. And then, the entire kingdom gets under attack, and then no one talks about it or cares anymore. So, oh well. I don't think they ever prove her innocence, like, to an undeniable degree. Like, they talk about it in the next episode, that they're like, obviously, this footage has been doctored. But, like, people, they don't talk about it, which is a shame. It's such a shame. It's such an interesting plot point, and I was like, this is gonna be the thing. This is when everything's really popping off now, and then it doesn't go anywhere. Hi, Axel. If I saw Tyrion running at me full speed, I would cry. Nice, Dahlia. Yeah, Law and Order theme plays. Like, maybe that's it. I really like court dramas. I think they're fun. I like detective dramas. I think they're fun. And I was like, this is the time. It could totally do. This is the time. It could totally be that. And then we did it, unfortunately. So yeah, Volume 7, maybe I just like Volume 7 on like a conceptual level, because a lot of the interesting things, unfortunately, don't go anywhere. Volume 8 really does ruin Volume 7. I still think it's good. I think it is really good, despite how much of it doesn't end up going very well for the future volumes. Oh well. Forensics? What's that? Yeah, right. These people were stabbed with a poison stinger. Do you think it was Penny's not poisoned swords? No. Thank you, Furry Giraffe. Yeah, thank you, Furry Giraffe. Another being framed plot that went nowhere. They do have a lot of them, don't they? They do have a surprising amount of this character's been framed plot lines. Let me get started on the next one. Oh, I hate this episode. I like the scene with Oscar talking to Ironwood. There should have been way more of that. Oscar's been so absent this volume for how important he gets at the end during the finale. Where has his boy been? Where is he? But also, this is, that's fine. I like that scene. But this is also where Yang and Blake decide to completely betray everybody and ruin Ironwood's trust in all of them because they just have to tell Robin. They just have to tell Robin about and we get to see Robin's dumb semblance. Big dumb semblance. Critter, it's literally like that after the fight with Watts, that I don't like Volume 7. If you ignore what comes after Volume 7 is adequate in my opinion, yes, I agree. If you can look at Volume 7 in a vacuum, it is a very good volume. There's a lot of cool ideas on display, we got some interesting character moments, some things are a little undercooked. Ruby being strong enough to beat the Aesops is definitely, and it's so... Okay, we'll talk about it more, especially when we get to Volume 8, but having it be the power of friendship that saves the day is weird. Having it be Team RWBY are better friends, and that's why they beat the Aesops. That is weird. And also, it's weird that the Aesop's whole plotline, especially Harriet, is, but you are friends. It's weird. I'm all on board for the power of friendship being, the plot for a story. I watched My Little Pony. I loved it. I'm fine with the power of friendship, honestly. But it's weird that it's never been a thing in RWBY before. No one cares. No, them being friends hasn't been what saved the day. And it's weird that, it's so prominent in these volumes. It's all, my friends, we're not friends. It's a big element with these volumes, and I don't know why they went with this angle. Maybe it was the new writers joining? I'm not sure. I don't know. But we're gonna take a quick bit of a... Oh! George, thank you! What would you recommend to make Robin and the Happy Huntresses arcs better? I'm debating whether or not to include them in my fanfic. I would say, have them be... Okay, first, if they're going to be doing their thing, it has to be more than just there's a hole in a wall, because that could be very easily fixed in-universe. We've addressed that. Oh, real quick, Godzilla, what are your thoughts on the Batman Arkham games? I'd never played them. I think the gameplay of those games are very boring. I've seen other people play them, and so, they're fine. I have no outstanding opinions. Sorry that the fourth one was bad, apparently, or something. One of them was bad. I hope that if they keep doing them, they get better. Yeah, the Happy Huntresses. Yeah, don't make it be just a hole in the wall, because that is a very easy plot point to, solve in-universe. Have them, if they're gonna be stealing resources, show them actually giving out those resources to other people. And also have them talk like how if Blake and Yang are going to betray the team to reveal everything to the Happy Huntresses, have them talk with them more. Have them talk with the Happy Huntresses and also include Nora in there, because Nora was also on Team Mantle from the beginning anyway. So including Nora as well, having it be more of a division and just having more scenes with the Happy Huntresses can like really persuade them that they are better than what Ironwood's got going on. That. It honestly wouldn't take that much to quote unquote fix the Happy Huntresses. But for right now, we are going to take a bit of a break to get more water. I ran out of water. Like, comment, and subscribe. Is it working? Is it working? Is my thought experiment actually working on you? Yeah, I gotta get more water, like, comment, and subscribe, and we'll get snacks and stuff, and get, get situated. We're halfway through, we're on episode 7, out of, what, how many? 14? 13? How many episodes are in this volume? 13. Yeah, there's 13. So yeah, we're halfway through. We're on episode 7. Now's a good time to get some snacks and water, go to the bathroom if you need to, do all your things, get all your stuff ready. We'll be back in just a quick second. It won't take that long. Yeah, it's very subtle, isn't it, stereotype? So yeah, BRB, get your water and snackies and whatever, and I'll see you back in here in a quick second. I return. I have returned. I am here. I'm back. Bam. We're back. Okay. Let's do episode 7. Volume 7, episode 7. English 270p. Bam. What you guys talking about? Semblances? Talking about good ones or bad ones? Which ones you would want to have? Oh. I would definitely have Harriet's semblance. I just want super speed. I just want to be able to move fast, you know? You critter jump scare? Yeah. I'm just suddenly here. Wish you had money to buy my merch. Aw, thank you. Me too. Like, I wish I could make them cheaper. That's something that bothers me. Like, I can't really make them as cheap. Like, there's a limit to how cheap they can be. Like, specifically the clothing items. Because, that's what, like, Teespring takes the majority of the cut. And they can't let it go below a certain price because of how much it costs for them to manufacture it. I wish I could make it cheaper, but I can't. You brought up the conversation. What are you guys talking about? Talking about cute boys? Aw, hell yeah. Best G1 Pokemon attack for a semblance? Oh, that's good. That's a good one. Maybe strength? So, like getting super strength? That'd be fun. A part of me is like, oh, Hydro Pump. And I'm like, I don't know, I feel like it might be a little situational. Another thing that makes Fiona the best, look at how dope her semblance is. That's a great semblance. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I was just like paying attention to what they were actually saying. Yeah, okay, he just said he's Mantle isn't selling them provisions until the wall is repaired. So just repair the wall. It should be easy. Everyone is having such a their panties are in such a twist about this stupid, stinky little wall. Just repair it. Just put up a defensive. The Amity project stalled, but it's also already been months, you know? And, like, if that was the thing that was to, like, make them, like, make Ironwood a bad guy, this would be the thing. Like, because he's, like, not going with the obvious right answer to fix this easy solution to move things along faster. But they're not painting it that way. They instead make it like, oh, you lied! Oh, blah, 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 blah. And so, like, they get so close to it, but they just don't quite get it. But the problem is also just, like, fundamentally, the wall problem is just not a good, compelling thing. They talk about it a lot, we don't see the wall. We don't know how bad the damage is on the wall. What damaged the wall? Why did it get to such a level of disrepair that it is a huge problem right now? And why can't they just put up some bricks to fix the wall? Like, get some grass dust, get some plant dust and some rock dust and some ice dust and just make some walls. They don't need to be good. It can just be a temporary fix because you're trying to, like, do the thing with Amity. Thank you, Mystic Orange. I thought I saw you. I thought I saw you leaving little hearts. Thank you so much. But yeah, like, just, like, because they're trying to do this thing with Amity, just fix the wall real quick. However many resources it would take to fix the wall would not be, like, Amity is going to take more resources. Obviously, it's a giant floating coliseum in the sky that's also going to, like, be a mega TV antenna, so Wi-Fi antenna. So, like, and all Mantle is asking is a wall to be fixed. So, easy solution, crash ship to plug hole. Yes, that could be it too. Just, like, plonk in, like, an airship there. Because some of the airships have, like, turrets on them or something, right? Put some paladins over there. We have resources to spare. That's the thing. He has so many resources to spare, and it would take so little effort to fix the stupid wall. So the fact that Robin is making it such a big problem, the fact that Ironwood is doing so little to fix this simple little problem, it just makes the whole, and it's like the crux of so many plot points in this volume. It is the, like, thing so many important character moments really hinge on in this volume is the stupid wall in Mantle. And it's just not a good enough plot point to really be the thing that is this important in the long run. You know? Just make it something more extreme. Like, have it not be a wall, but have it like Grimmar in the sewer system. Like, Grimmar invaded, like, a whole quadrant of the city. Anything. Why didn't Robin just fix... Yeah, she's stealing resources, right? Like, she's stolen, like they were like, that's the second truck she's stolen. And it's like, well, what is she doing with the resources? How many resources is it really going to take to fix the wall? I would think 2 trucks worth of resources would be more than enough, right? And it doesn't help that when we do see the wall, yeah, it's a bit of a big hole, but also... they've fixed bigger holes before. You know what would be easy? Shuttle Glinda over here. She re-put together an entire street. An entire building that had been blown apart in Volume 2. And she fixed it in nanoseconds. Just fly over to Vale, grab Glinda, fly back, and have her fix it. Or just use your arms. Use your big dumb arms. There's so many soldiers in Atlas. Just have like 12 of them walk over there and pick up some pieces of rubble. Even if we couldn't use any dust, no resources, just grab some rubble and some cement and make a crappy makeshift wall to do something, you know? This is the scene. Okay, this is the scene. Hold on. I'm gonna rewind a quick second because I want to pay attention to what they actually say here. I just don't want to hit the Tide ad, because if you hit the little button that plays the ads again... Hello! We're on episode 7. We're more than halfway. Let's see. I want to pay attention to what Yang and Blake actually have to say here. So let's see. Do you think we should have told Ironwood about Salem before he put so much effort into Amity? Because that's the thing that they're not telling him. It's not just telling him about, like, Jin with the lamp. They're also not telling him about Salem can't be killed. That's what Yang is referring to here. And he's putting a lot of resources into Amity, and they're like, is that bad? So Amity is not just being built... Yeah, the Tide ads will find me. The Amity's not just being built as a defensive mechanism to protect them against Salem. It's also being built to restore global communication. Regardless of that, that is very handy and very critically useful for the universe. You're welcome, George! I will always be here to give tips. Whether or not they're actually good, who knows? But I'll at least try to give you a perspective you might not have considered. So, yeah, Amity. Should we have not told him, even though it won't help against Salem? I would say it doesn't matter. Amity should be finished because it is critically important. Something they even agree on and do in the beginning of the next volume. Thank you again, Mystic Orange, and thank you again, Ranger. That'd be more for army engineers rather than regular soldiers to build a makeshift wall. You're right. You are right. I just thought of who we know is in, like, droves. Send students over there, you know, right? Hey, you want some extra credit for your classes? Do you need, like, an extra credit for to graduate from class? Take this extracurricular and go fix the wall. Send, like, 20 regular students over there and have them fix the wall. It would be over in no time. Who's Fiona? She's the cute little, like, goat faunus girl who's working with, Robin, the one who has the like suction cup arm, that was a really bad way. She has like she can like suck things up into like a pocket dimension in her hand. The suction cup arm was a really bad way of referring to that. So let's keep going. I trust RWBY, but I think he deserves to know what he's stepping into. So they're implying that RWBY was the one who made this decision to not tell him. I guess she did, but also anyone else could have said something, and we also don't know why she has chosen not to tell him at all. That's what she's saying. And it's weird because she's like, Ironwood should know. And then she ends up not telling Ironwood at all. She tells Robin, but not Ironwood, and then gets mad at Ironwood. Okay. Interesting. So, Blake's response here. The embargo, the military restrictions, he is prone to overreacting. I would say, later, they get mad at him for not reacting enough. They're like, you aren't gonna save all of the civilians of Mantle? You're not reacting enough. So it's weird that they're like, he's prone to overreacting. But then when in the one instance he didn't overreact, they're like, oh, you're bad for that. So, bad, all. All that bad. That is all wrong. Oh, you meant to say Robin. Okay. So yeah, all that, like, and also, like, can they blame him for being overreacting here? The embargo and everything? 2 of the schools that are pillars of, like, holding up civilization have been attacked. 1 survived, thankfully. 1 was completely destroyed, and as far as we know, is still completely out of commission. And he knows for a fact he will be targeted sooner rather than later. He doesn't know if he's next or Evacuation will be first, but he's gonna get hit sooner or later, so he knows that. I would say having been overreactively protective is kind of a good thing in this scenario. Yes, she admits it. He didn't have a lot of good options. Yes. Why did the subtitles go away? Why? Keeping secrets, taking lives. She just said, I don't think there's a lot of good options left for any of us anymore. Keeping secrets, taking lives. That's her idea of what, like, is the bad things in this scenario. Keeping secrets is... You've chosen to do that, and you've chosen to take lives. But those things are irrelevant to what we're talking about, because they were talking about the reasons behind why Ironwood overreacts. Ironwood is overreacting because there's not a lot of good options left. And Blake says, you're right, there's not a lot of good options, like how we've had to keep secrets and take lives. That is not what is the thing that is inspiring Ironwood to do the things he's doing. The thing that's inspiring Ironwood to do the things he's doing is that he doesn't want lives to be taken. That is the thing. He is actively trying to reveal secrets. If he can get Amity up and going, he will tell the world about Salem and do his best to protect them all. So the thing she's upset about is the, like, fundamentally opposite of what Ironwood is trying to accomplish. Put the stupid subtitles on. Makes you wonder how far we're gonna have to go to keep doing the right thing. Why are the subtitles going away? Rooster Teeth, your website is complete ass. Ugh. I'll restart the episode. I paused too many times and Rooster Teeth's website got scared. Oh no. Why are we running out of money? Yeah, and from that point on, because she was like taking lives, and Yang's like, Blake, we did what we had to do. Because when she says taking lives, they're referring to Adam in this scenario. And so suddenly the conversation is going to be about, are you okay about Adam? So they shifted topics like 17 directions in the span of like 4 sentences. Should we tell Ironwood? I trust RWBY, but she's not telling Ironwood. Ironwood overreacts, but I understand why. We've had to do bad things. Adam. Like, they completely missed the point of, like, having to actually tell Ironwood anything, and instead dive bomb into addressing this other thing. And I'll be honest, I'm glad they're addressing Adam in some capacity. At least they're finally doing that. But also, like, but they also completely missed the point of what they were saying, right? Hold on. It just... thank you, Ranger. Team RWBY spent so much time doing nothing, they despise someone who actually does stuff and sides with the one who does not do anything. Yes, 100%. Like, he's actively trying to do things, and consistently, especially after this volume, and, like, with a lot of things we've seen from before with this volume, Team RWBY get upset when it's gonna be harder than what they thought it would be. It's gonna be not as easy as they thought, and the other person's is willing to do the hard thing, and they get upset because they're like, oh, but it should be this easy thing. And thank you, JK Network. Yeah, and she's like, oh, we're gonna attack this guy who's just trying to do the right thing, because they're talking about Robin. We're gonna attack this person trying to do the right thing. And that comes out of nowhere. And what we just, hold on. Like, that whole conversation with, 1 second. Hold on. JK Network, I'll do you first. I find it funny that they bring up Adam. Not a big deal, but get him away already. I don't even want to hear his name. I know, after years and years and years, like, dragging Adam around with the plot, and it's like, how it ended up being handled. Like, I can totally understand being like, no, I'm done. Don't want to talk about him anymore. But I'm glad they address, because I feel like, it's my thing with RWBY cutting off Tyrion's tail. I feel like killing a person, especially a person who was kind of pretty close to you at one point in time, should be a big deal for a character to have to deal with. But no. So at least they kind of addressed it. Alright. And this is them addressing Adam. We did what we had to do. Yes. And she knows. But next time I don't want to have to kill someone. And I can tell you, ambushing a huntress, Robin's not a fucking huntress, who just is trying to help, isn't an option I'm too thrilled about choosing. They equate stopping a criminal who is halting the problem, Robin stealing resources from the Amity Project, which would benefit the entirety of Remnant. They equate stopping her from doing that to being the same as killing Adam. They just said. They didn't even actually talk about Adam. That's actually worse than I remembered it being. I remembered Adam being a more prominent feature in this conversation. But it's like, I feel bad that I had to kill a man. I don't want to have to do things like that again. Stopping Robin is like that. What do you mean? This conversation is a total ass. I didn't realize just how much ass it is. Like, Robin is stealing like, you're all, like, you were just like, Ironwood deserves to know the truth. But now you're like, oh, but Robin's doing a good thing too. She's just trying to help. And they tried to connect that in this conversation about Adam. Buffoonish. Oh my god. I knew I hated this truck scene, but I just hadn't really pinpointed everything as to why. Terrible. Bad. Poopy. Stinky. Stinky poop garbage. No good. Bad dialogue. Who wrote this episode? I'm looking it up. Give me a second. Who wrote this stupid episode? Crew. Writers Eddie, Kiersey, and Miles worked on this episode? How? I bet they split it up between them. I bet they... Who? Oh my god. Duh. It makes no sense. It comes out of nowhere. Blake and Yang haven't done anything all volume. They haven't sided with... They said, like, once Yang was, like, a better Robin than Jacques Schnee. That was the only thing they ever said that implied they cared about the plot proper at all. In the scene at the beginning of this episode, where, like, Ironwood is talking about how Robin is stealing resources and Nora gets mad, Blake and Yang aren't in the room at all. They're just not in the scene because they're not relevant. And now suddenly, out of nowhere, oh, we gotta tell Robin because I feel bad about killing that crazy stalker guy who was going to murder us. I feel bad about that. So let's tell Robin all of our secrets because I guess that's related somehow. It's because Blake has the audacity to sit there and say, I don't think there's any good options anymore. And the two things she says is keeping secrets and taking lives. As if those are also comparable. I'm going to ask you all a question. How many of you have kept a secret, even if you think it was a justified secret to keep? Like, you think it was for the betterment of someone else's, like, emotional state or something. How many of you have kept secrets? I'm willing to bet many of you. Do you think that is the same as killing a man? Do you think that secret you kept is comparable to killing a crazy serial killer stalker ex-boyfriend? Because I don't, and it's weird Blake does. It's weird Blake does that. And then, because she says the taking lives thing, she goes to the next things like keeping secrets is bad, but then she changes it from, it's not keeping secrets from Ironwood that's bad, it's keeping secrets from Robin that's bad. She's just trying to do the right thing. She shouldn't be left in the dark. We should tell her all of our secrets. So they out of nowhere went from we should tell Ironwood our secrets to Adam to we should tell Robin all our secrets instead. And they don't imply they don't want to tell Ironwood the secrets anymore either. They just decide, oh, we should just tell Robin everything. Thank you again, JK Network. While it's not executed well, I still like that they bring up Adam and talk about their feelings. I'm not huge about Bumblebee, but the idea of them confiding in each other is nice at least. Yes, the idea of them confiding in each other is nice at least. I agree. And I would have actually liked way more scenes of them doing that. Like, more than just this one truck scene, like during when everyone else went to the Robin's rally and the dance and whatever. I think it would have been nice to see them confiding each other more. Just to, like, also better set up Bumblebee down the line as well. And thank you, Thomas Wrights. Yeah, Thomas Wrights. I think Adam should have either been captured or gotten himself killed in some way. He was a bad guy, but there's something about Team RWBY directly killing people that doesn't sit right with me. I kind of agree. Like, I like the idea of, like, the heroes beating their villains, because as we've seen with every single other villain, being Torchwick, Hazel, Watts, and Neo, when they just take out themselves, when they take out each other, it really undermines the heroes' impact on anything. So I'm fine with them killing Adam, but of all the villains that he could have had a hubris death, like where, I don't know, like a Disney death, you know, where they're gonna beat him, they're gonna stop him and save the day, but in the moment of truth, they will attempt to save his life, and his own hubris is what kills him. Like, Judge Claude Frollo falling into the flaming pits of France because of his own hubris, or, the Clayton in Tarzan, you know, dying because of his own hubris. I feel like if there was going to be a hubris death, it should have been Adam, because that kind of feels like his character. But I think it's not horribly executed, but I do think of all of them, that would have been the one that makes the most sense. And I do wish Team RWBY had more of a hand to play in the downfall of all of the other villains instead. Like, if they do need to kill people, have it be the ones that are actually, like like Salem's council, Salem's team, Neo, Torchwick, Watts. Like, Hazel ends up sacrificing himself because he had to become a good guy in the end, which is fine. But all of those other ones, they didn't have anything to do with it. Come on. Like, especially because, like, Blake is going to sit there and talk about taking lives. Whatever. So yes, I agree. I get it. But I agree. I feel like he could have, like, no, I'll do it myself, and then he falls. Like, another one is, Gaston. Because he's also, people say he's based on Gaston. I don't think so, personally. But very Beauty and the Beast-esque, his own hubris. He fell to his death because of his own doings. You know. Whatever. I'm having it be up to Blake and Yang. At least they feel like they've done something in the story. More than RWBY and Weiss has done, at least. RWBY was present for Torchwick's death. You know, she was there. She was the reason he was on the airship. But Weiss hasn't done anything. I do like this a lot. I like that they're like, Ozpin is hidden away and he won't come out. And so it forces Oscar to really talk to people. This is the first time Oscar Pine, Oscar the boy, Oscar, not Ozpin inside of Oscar, Oscar himself is really engaging with a character. And I love that it's Ironwood, because, like, Ironwood was, like, Ozpin's boy. He was so, like, on board with Ozpin doing this stuff with him. He didn't agree with his ways, but you could tell he was, like, so dedicated to the concept of what Ozpin was doing. And you can just feel in these scenes this, how torn Ironwood is. Because on one hand, he still wants that to be Ozpin, because he was so dedicated to the concept of what Ozpin was doing. But he can't. So he wants this to be Ozpin that he's talking to, but it's still Oscar. So there's that, like dueling internal conflict with Ironwood here. It's a lot of headcanon. I'm gonna be real. It's a lot of headcanon about the conflict of inside of Ironwood about who Oscar is and how he wishes it was Ozpin. Like I was saying later, when he does the to you, it's General Plow. Like a lot of headcanon there, but also I think it's easy to headcanon that, and it makes it better. Thank you, JK Network. Interesting topic, because RWBY is weird. Like, it's not like Batman, where they have no killing rule. That's why I didn't have an issue with RWBY hurting Tyrion or M. Deaths, because not Batman, but I understand the other side. Yeah, I think the thing is, like, having a no killing rule is a unique, like, thing to have to deal with a story. It makes it more interesting, because when you can just shoot somebody, it becomes just kind of simplistic. So having to think of ways, like, I will admit, as much as I don't like the energy bending being suddenly introduced at the end of Avatar, having a conflict where Aang doesn't want to kill him is a unique conflict, and finding a way around that is a unique, interesting dilemma for a character to go through. For RWBY, they don't really seem to have any qualms with doing things like that. That's not been established in universe or anything. So when they do things like killing a person or like maiming a man, like with Tyrion's tale, you get the opportunity to have them explore that. Like, Tyrion is a bad person because he kills people willy-nilly and has no reaction to it. He's a serial killer. He murders people. Death and torture and pain for him, hurting others, is not a thing he cares about. For other people who have moral compasses, like Team RWBY and our heroes, having to hurt someone should be a cause for pause. Why is everyone... Do you see this? Hold on. But I feel like they don't play around with that idea enough. All the concept art has them in their old outfits. Why? Wait, do we even see this scene? Wait a minute. Hold on. This is Pietro's lab. Why are all these characters here? Pietro doesn't even have a design yet. You see that? Why is everyone wearing their old outfits? What is going on with this concept art? Like, I get, like, you had to design the world before coming up with the character designs. Like, that probably took longer. Weird. Weird that I never noticed either. I'm dumb. I need to pay attention better. Oh boy, we get to meet my two favorite characters, Councilman Sleet and Councilwoman Camilla. Oh boy. I'm not kidding. I think they're neat. I wish there was more of them. I think the council could have been interesting if they got to be more prominent. But this is the first time we see the council. This is the only time we see something engaged about the council, and it all goes to shit after this. So, missed opportunities, but whatever. At least we get something. Oh, I got a comment. Okay, hold on. I got a comment, on my, first and last lines video that I uploaded a couple days ago, and it was what changed my mind about Willow being worst mom, because she was 100%. We'll get to it later in this scene where she's like just straight up chugging her bottle of alcohol in front of her daughter before she goes, by the way, you're a bad person because I abuse your brother and it's your fault. And I'm like, yeah, you're worse mom. Her trying to protect her family, her children, in Volume 8, sobering up enough to try and help Weiss, and being sober enough to successfully summon a Borbotusk to save Whitley, that was the thing that tipped it over into, you're not worst mom anymore. So, she's pretty terrible here, unfortunately. Thank you, Sora. Thank you so much. Team RWBY have morals? News to me. Yeah, they have morals. It's just the weirdest morals. It's very much rules for thee, not for me kind of mentality, Like, if Ironwood lies, he's bad. If they lie, it was justified. If someone else kills a person, they're bad. If they kill a person, there was a good reason for it. So, that's RWBY's moral compass. It is protagonist-centered morality. Yeah, okay. For this one, I hate this episode. It's the worst episode of this volume, without a doubt. It's dumb and annoying. No one's moving back there. Hold on, I have to show you. Hold on. Let me move this real quick. So, pay attention to these characters back here. They don't move at all. These ones behind him right here, they don't move at all. Great job. Good animating. So yeah, disappointing because we're in this party scenario. I feel like we could have had this be an opportunity to jazz up everyone with, like, party designs. But unfortunately, they included all 900 million characters in the scene for no reason, except for Oscar. Oh, no, Oscar does show up. The one time Oscar actually gets to show up. But, like, we didn't need everyone to show up. They could have just, like, we could have just had Team RWBY and given them cool designs, cool little party designs. Everyone else is in, like, formal attire, and these goofs roll up in their, like, battle uniforms and whatever. Oh, they're so cute. Oh my god, Crow and Clover are so freaking cute. This is also a good moment where he, like, turns down the wine. Such a small thing. God. Crow shines in this volume. He's barely in it, and it's such a shame. This one was unfortunate, though. Like, that part where Marrow gets, like, offended because the servant boy is, like, a rabbit faunus, and I think he's offended on behalf of, like, faunus discrimination, but it's not implied that it's discrimination. And, also, like, faunus deserve to work, too. So, kind of dropped the ball there. This line, Yang says, annoys me. She goes, counterpoint, how about we do wander off, consider breaking things, and then all that other stuff. They don't do any of that. They don't wander off at all. They ask Weiss to wander off, and then her brother stands in front of her, and even though the stairs are gigantic, she doesn't just walk around him. No one else wanders off at all. They don't go looking for information at all. They just stand there in the background where they started. Yang, you said you wanted to wander off. Why don't you? And then they don't break anything either, which I'm fine with that. They don't need to break things. But, like, you brought it up. You brought it up, Yang. And I'm mad that Robin doesn't get, like, party attire because her bandit uniform is so goofy looking next to all these people. Like, no wonder you didn't get a role on the council. Everyone else is wearing, like black suit and tie, really upstanding outfits, and you're wearing, like, a tattered scarf that's the color of baby poop. Dumb. And also, I'm upset that Whitley didn't get a new outfit. Like, I didn't expect it, because I can't even be bothered to give Sun Wukong a new outfit, but it would have been nice to see Whitley get something different, you know, at this point in time. Missed opportunity, I'm gonna say. I like the plot point that they fired Klein, just because they probably couldn't get his voice actor back. So they have Whitley do, like, the butlering in the house. You know? You had a panic attack today, so thanks for streaming. I'm here. Don't panic. I know that doesn't help. I know that's not helpful. When you're having a panic attack, someone saying, don't worry, is not going to be helpful. So, I'm here to be cool and vibes. Cool vibes to help you chill out with the vibin'. Thank you so much for the super chat. But yeah, it's weird that they're like, our butler's gone. So you know what we're gonna do? Even though we clearly have many other butlers, have our son do it. Have Whitley, the heir, have him doing all the butlery things. It also doesn't help that he looks like a butler. Where's Klein? Where's Best Man Klein? In universe, they fired him. They fired him because he helped Weiss escape. In reality, I think it was because they couldn't get... what's his voice actor's name? They couldn't get his voice actor back, I think. He comes back in the next volume, which I was so amazed by. I definitely didn't expect him to be showing up. Because, like, if they just easily wrote him out of this one, I was like, oh yeah, he's not coming back. There's no way. He became a doctor. I think he was actually already a doctor. I don't know. Whitley, with his tie and his vest, he looks like a butler, right? Like, I thought he was. I remember when Murder of Birds was reacting to the Volume 4 opening, he thought he was. Everyone thought Whitley was gonna be another butler because of how he's dressed, and we all should have known, because, like, he has the signature white schnee hair. But he looks like a butler. His outfit is too butlery. He should have had, like, more frilly stuff going on. The tie doesn't work, in my opinion. Maybe it's just the tie. Talk to him. Whoa, Miles wrote this episode. Miles is absolute garbage at coming up with jokes and also, like, conflicts to resolve. These mini conflicts are never good, and they always have, like, the buffoonish ways of going about it. Thank you, Marie! Hi! How you doing? Hey, Critters, just popping in to say hi. Can't watch 'cause busy. Dang. But can't wait to watch the stream later. Much love. Aww. Thank you! I hope whatever you're doing is fun, and I hope it goes smoothly for you, if it is, like, something work-related. I hope it all works out. Thanks for watching the VOD later. Thanks for popping in. You're cool. Yeah, this whole plot point, why was it in slow motion? Why did we have the, like, screen cut gag to see everyone's perspective as they watch it happen in slow motion? Why was that the solution to this problem? Why was it a problem in the first place? Oh, Whitley's standing there and talking to Weiss and she can't get past him. So someone else come up and talk to Whitley. Yang and Blake could have very easily just, like, grabbed his arms and pulled him aside and started talking to him. And then if he was like, no, I'm talking to my sister. And then it'd be like, no, we're talking to you now. And just have Weiss walk away. Like, it'd be instead this weird thing, this weird sequence of like, oh, they get a bunch of food on their plates, and they act like they're dropping the food on Whitley because... I don't know, because then he'll have to walk away to wipe the food off. Why? And it's like, if that was really the only solution we could come up with, why not just spill some wine on him? Like they have a chubby lady do it on accident. They could have just, they didn't need the giant plates filled with food. They could have just spilled wine on him. Whatever. Wine. Tide. The tide will save Whitley from all the wine stains. It was all connected. It all came together. And then it's weird because that very dumb goof scene is right next to this very serious one where we're talking about, like, trust and amity and, like betrayal and whatever. Miles is the worst with that. The scenes being like, this is goofy, haha, dum-dum. And then the next scene being like, drama, serious drama. And then the next scene is goofy, haha, dum-dum. And then the next one's back to the serious drama stuff. Like, Miles, I think, is the worst one with it. When he writes drama, he's good at it. When he writes the comedy, it's garbage. So I wish he would just stop writing the comedy. The truth come out. I wish RWBY stopped trying to be funny, which is a shame, because I wish it was funnier. But if they're all bad at comedy, stop writing comedy scenes. Just write drama scenes. The comedy, more often than not, doesn't work, so just stop doing it. What are you doing here? There's one random maid lady in the middle of this empty-ass hallway with one empty glass? Maybe she was retrieving a glass that Willow was using. Ugh. Finally. We finally meet Willow. Finally. 7 years into the show. I was thinking about this. It's weird that the only character who has, like, a bad family life is Weiss, and her entire plot point for the next volume and a half is gonna be her making her family life better. You know, her relationship with her family fixes itself throughout the events of volume 8, and it's like, I don't know, like everyone has a good relationship with their family except for Raven, which is why she's still worst mom. Raven is still a bad person and abandoned her children. But everyone has a good family life. Blake, Weiss, RWBY, Yang for the most part, except for Raven. I don't know. It just confuses me because most of the time in a story, there'll at least be one person with a bad family life, and that was Weiss, but then they immediately do all this stuff to fix it. It's also, okay, alright, hyper nitpick. The way they introduce Willow, she's like, hi, darling, and it's this long shot from the distance where she's, like, behind his desk, and we don't get a good look at her. And then the next time, we go back to that little sequence of Winter talking to Penny, and then we cut back, and it's again another long shot from her in the distance, and then finally we cut up to a close-up of her. And it's like, why wasn't there, like, a reveal to, like, show us her face? Like, I know what she's gonna look like. She's gonna look like every single other anime character in this anime, with white hair and blue eyes, because that's what shnees look like. But, like, show me her face sooner. Like, also, on the topic of families, so Jacques used to have black hair. We can see it right here in the scene. Hold on, I'll show you. Hold on. Right there. He had black hair when he was younger. He's just gotten older and it's turned white as he's gotten older. He used to have black hair. That's fine. That is understandable. That makes them avoid the problem of they look like they're related, like how Blake's family has. But I don't like the fact he has blue eyes still. Because he does look related to them. Even though I know he had black hair when he was younger, the blue eyes makes him look very related to the shnees. I wish he had, like, orange eyes or something. Something fundamentally different from the shnee color palette, you know? Just little things. just to help, like, because, like, just to help them not look exactly like they're related to each other anymore. I had a comment the other day where it was like, how do you make someone look like they're the parents of the child without just copying them? And it's like, just small things. Like, their hair can be similar colors, but make them be slightly different. That could help. Eye colors can really be crazy, especially in an anime setting. Have their eye colors be totally wacky. Willow could have had, like, purple eyes for all it matters, you know? Like, any eye colors is a big way to do it. And then also just face shape and, like, body shape is an easy way to do it. Because even if you're related to someone, lots of times your body can be totally different from what your parents have. You know, like, you could be way taller than your mother, for example. You could be a lot broader than your father, for example. You know, that's an easy way to do it. To make them look related, but not like clones of each other. Thank you again, JK Network. Thank you so much. I think you brought this up years ago in your villains video, but it's weird that Team RWBY have dynamics with villains outside of Salem's Council. Adam with Yang and Blake, Torchwick and Neo with RWBY, Jacques with Weiss, and Cinder is the exception. Yes. I think it's interesting. I think it's really cool, actually, for there to be, like, sub-villains for them to focus on. So, like, because it makes it feel like the world is bigger than just the plot we have. Like, yeah, Salem's evil, and her goons, her little squad of bad guys are also evil. But the point of the show is unite humanity, right? Like we gotta unite humanity, because if you bring the relics together and humanity isn't united, they'll destroy everything. So those characters that stand in conflict with them, like Cordovan or Jacques or Roman and Neo, you know, other characters, to continually hammer home how there are shades of gray. Wow, we didn't get an ad before this one. Oh my god. To continually hammer home the shades of gray that really prove how uniting humanity is basically impossible. Because regardless of just even, like, the evil people of the world, like Salem, you know, Salem and her evil council, the, like, thieves, right? The bandits, the random people who aren't bad, like, they're not bad guys, but they're not good either. They do things that are misaligned with, like, the other people's perception of what is right or wrong. Like, Jacques is a big one. He's not doing anything technically, like he does bad things, but he's not, like, murdering people, right? So it's like, I like that, especially with the plot RWBY is telling. It makes it feel like a bigger world, and, like, the conflict they have to face is harder than what you might initially think with a story like this. Because everyone can kind of agree. Because lots of times with, like, other anime, it's like, everyone's all good guys, and if they are a bad guy, we beat them, and then they're done forever. So, I like it. But it's a shame that we couldn't have the more important villains, because we end up spending a lot of our time on these, like, sub-villain characters. We spend a lot of time on Jacques. We spend a lot of time on, I guess you can consider the Happy Huntresses anti-heroes during this volume. Ironwood also. You know, we spend a lot of time on those characters. But we don't get a lot of time with Cinder, and Watts, and Hazel, and Salem, which I wish we could balance it out more. It's a shame. It's weird, because on one hand, I was like, oh, when we saw Salem and her evil council all the time, in volumes 4 and 5 specifically, we know exactly what their next steps are, and so then we have to sit there and watch Team RWBY get caught up to what we as the audience already know. But then with these volumes, it feels like they vanish, and I wish we could have seen them more, because I feel like they're losing out on development during these scenes. Does that make sense? It's a weird balancing act to have the characters, the villains on screen and doing things, but you don't want to reveal so much to the point that the twists and turns of the story aren't engaging, and also you have to sit there and watch your characters to play catch up as they learn what you already know, right? I think this scene is funny. I like Weiss's delivery. I'm bummed it just is over. Like, they just magically happened to have a camera in the room, and they just magically happened to capture the whole conversation of Jacques being like, I'm evil! And they're like, oh, well, there you go. It's over. He's evil. He admitted. It's weird. It's like, at least they set up the scene. It's unfortunate that Watts never talks with him ever again. So, oh well. But yeah, I think it's a funny scene. We solved this problem easy enough, you know? But it's like, we set up the whole thing with the council, and then after this, oh, the truth come out, he's bad, he's lying, the council was wrong. And then after this, martial law. So the whole council thing, in its entirety, was kind of pointless in the long run. Where is he expecting to go? The timing of that joke gets me every time. I think it's so good. It's like, oh no, I'm gonna run from the Tin Man awesome general who could easily outrun you? Sure. Yeah, where are you getting the dust from? They have dust. They have dust. They could fix their own stupid wall. They have dust, we just proved it. Oh my god. This is a dumb wall. Thank you again, JK Network. Also, you think Cinder's rivalry, fun fact, I constantly struggle to say the word rivalry. Every single time. Do you think Cinder's rivalry with Ruby can be done with more, or it's okay as is? Like, they don't need a complex relationship or argue about ideals. Cinder can just hate Ruby for hurting her, or no, it should be more. I think it actually works really well how it is. Like, yeah, they don't need to have conflicting ideals. Some people insist upon it. I think that can work for certain characters. But I think it's easy enough with Ruby and Cinder, is that Cinder wants to be perfect. She strives to paint herself as the symbol of perfection. And Ruby is the person who stops that. Ruby, scarred her with her silver eye blast as, a permanent mark of imperfection on Cinder as a character. She's lost the arm, she lost the eye, and that was Ruby. Ruby did that. Ruby marred her perfect guise that she was living under. Ruby is also the one person who could really stop her, because she has that grim arm. Ruby is the thing that, interrupts Cinder's ideals of being the perfect girl with power. On the flip side, Cinder, on her way to power, yeah, the only is so dumb. Only when just throw that chair. On the flip side, with Ruby and Cinder, Cinder has killed people who are very important to Ruby. Penny and Pyrrha, and destroyed the school she loved. She loved that school. She couldn't wait to be in Beacon. So just fundamentally, as the story has moved forward, they are naturally opposed with each other. So I don't think we need to have them have, opposing ideals. That you could make an argument that they do. Cinder wants power, Ruby wants to be a normal girl with normal needs. So they do have opposing ideals, in small amounts. I think they work perfectly fine as is. I do wish they talked to each other. I do wish there was a moment where they could, meet and speak to each other to further, hammer home how much they are opposed with one another. And it's, because every time they're in front of each other, Cinder monologues her dumb, villain monologue, and then it's over. And I wish there was an opportunity where they could actually, face each other and, really hammer home how much they don't like each other. To, really, because we know Cinder wants Ruby dead. Cinder has a hate boner for Ruby. She wants revenge on her. That is a thing. I don't know if Ruby really cares much about Cinder. She knows Cinder did bad things, but Ruby just doesn't really say things about her, you know? None of the characters talk about the villains. They'll talk about Cinder later in 3 episodes from now, because she leaves her glass chess piece behind, and they're like, OMG, Cinder's still alive. That's crazy. But they don't they don't talk about any of their villains, which I think is a problem. Like they don't talk about, oh, that Hazel guy was tough. Oh, Salem's really bad. They don't, Tyrion, remember when Tyrion was around? They don't talk about any of their villains unless they're in front of them, which makes it feel like the heroes don't really acknowledge who the villains are. Or at least it makes it feel very one-sided. Like, the villains are sitting there talking about beating Team RWBY and saving and doing their thing, but Team RWBY aren't really talking back about them, so it feels one-sided. Thank you, Cardcaptor! If RWBY and Weiss met Adam, what do you think their dynamic would be? I'm writing an Adam fanfic, so I'm looking for ideas. Like, in a casual scenario, like they don't know that he's a bad guy, or like he is a villain scenario, like they know he cut off Yang's arm and stuff. If it's like a casual scenario, I think RWBY would try to be welcoming, because that's her, like, natural setting is to be a welcoming person. But the moment he, like, kind of shut her down, she might not be that into him, and might just, like, kind of ignore him at that point. And I think Weiss would have walls up in general, because I don't think he would be nice to Weiss in any scenario, you know? I think he has, like, a lot of gripes with her, so he would be very, like, confrontational with her right away. So even if it was in, like, a casual, maybe, like, school setting, I think RWBY and Weiss especially would pretty quickly be opposed to him. I don't think they'd be, like, angry at him or anything, but I don't think they'd, like, hang out with him and stuff. In, like, a villain scenario, I think it would be a lot of, like, redemption. Like he, with the whole SDC thing, he is the opposite side of what Weiss is trying to stop with her company and everything. Basically make Weiss address the problems that she has before with her own upbringing. Like, they're not perfect, right? She's made mistakes before. The thing with RWBY, there's not a lot I can think of him to do with RWBY, like, to talk about or address, other than, in relation to Yang. You know, like, he hurt her sister, so she wants to get back and help with that because he hurt her sister. That's what I can think of. Yeah, we saw the wall. It was tiny. It was a tiny little hole in the wall. It would be so easy to fix. It is a tiny itty bitty. First of all, the wall's short. The wall is short as hell. The wall is a tiny, short, itty bitty wall. I feel like it could be really easy to jump over it. Second, tiny little hole in the wall. And we don't know if that's, like, the only hole in the wall. But like, it's not, like, there could be others, like the quote-unquote hole in the wall could be referring to, like, several small holes that, like, collectively make it a larger problem. But it feels, it's so, they could easily fix it. They could all so easily fix it. Like, it would be so, like, especially with how, like, small it is. Any of them. Robin. Ironwood. Just use some dust. Just throw some dust at it. It'd be so easy. What if you ate dust? I don't think you would live. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think there's a dust you could consume that wouldn't hurt you. Maybe water dust. Because, like, I feel like it could be, like, a source of just, like drinking water. But I think every single other one would hurt you. And even water dust might, like, be too much on your system. I don't think you could, well, like, I don't know, because also, Hazel jams that stuff in his arms, and he's kind of fine. It's like, thinking about it hitting your stomach is what is, like, getting me, you know? Like, because in my mind, oh, you eat anti-gravity dust, and do you float? Do you start floating? I don't think so. I think it would just, like, twist up your intestines in a way that would be not good. I think the only one you could consume would be water. I don't think plant would be a good idea. Fire, obviously not. Electric, obviously not. Ice, no. Rock, no. Only water is the one that I could think you could consume. Oh, but, like, Hazel was holding a dust thing inside of him. It's hard with Hazel, because Hazel's the only one that, has done something with dust in that regard, but he also doesn't feel pain. That's his semblance, is he doesn't feel pain. So, like, even if because he has a fire dust crystal inside of him, and then he, like, bites down on it when he's sacrificing himself to kill off Salem. So, hold on, I like this moment. It's cute. This moment's her holding his hand. It's cute. So, like, it's hard to tell because, like, if it was hurting him, I don't know, because he wouldn't react anyway. So I assume for most people, probably shouldn't consume dust. But there's also different kinds of dust. Because, does the crystal... Because we see it, like, in crystal form. If you touch a crystal, like, the outside of it isn't... Like, if you grab, like, a fire crystal, the outside of it doesn't hurt you. But if you break it, then it'll do that. So, theoretically, you could swallow one, and it would be fine. But as it digests, it might, like... I feel like it would break down inside of you and, like, kill you slowly. I don't think you could. I didn't expect that to, like, take up so much of my mind space. I had never considered the idea of ingesting dust before. We're starting... Yeah, now all of the council stuff was for nothing at this point. Like, all of that. It's such a weird thing, that's the majority of the volume's, like, plot. Is because, like, we don't see Salem during this volume, not until the very end. Tyrion's doing his thing and Watts is doing his thing to, like, start with the unrest. So, like, they're doing their thing in the background. Their thing was irrelevant to the election happening. I'm gonna be real, I don't think Watts needed Jacques to win the election to get access to the heating grid. I think it was an easy way to do it, but I think he could have done it, eventually, no matter what. But, like, yeah, they were just gonna, like, their plan was not related to the election at all. If the election wasn't happening, I think they would have gotten access to the heating grid one way or another, no matter what. So it's weird that the election is the thing that takes up the majority of Team RWBY's thought process and screen time throughout this volume. You know? Like, they focus on it so much, and then at this point... Yeah, I do. Let me see if I can block them. Some CJ loser. I just don't know how to block people. Let's see. For now, just ignore them. Like, trolls are so lame, right? Like, they just, what kind of boring person do you need to be to, like, the joy you're gonna get is, oh, I'm coming into this stream to, like, whine and cry or whatever. I just don't know how to block them. I've never moderated before. Let's see. Oh, I think it's gonna be way easier. Yeah. Let's go ahead and hide user on this channel. Think I did it. This user's messages will be hidden. I've done it! I've leveled up. Oh, is this what power feels like? Is this the power of being a moderator? It was way easier than I expected it to be. Hooray! It's different on Twitch. I've moderated for Twins' streams on Twitch. It was so similar. But yeah, what a whiny crybaby. Oh, I'm gonna come into the stream and then, like, I don't know, be a little ass for no reason. Like, just way to tell everyone that you have nothing going on with your life. No one wants to hang out with you. No one wants to talk with you. What a loser. Yeah, my semblance is mod. I've unlocked my semblance and it's moderator. Yeah, I tried to just, like, ignore people like that, but they were so fucking, like, they were desperate for attention. And that's the thing. It's just, like, the more they're, like, sitting there whining and crying for attention, the more it's like, geez, just, like, leave. God, just get a life. There was a person on Twitter, like days ago, whole days ago, I made a comment about a thread talking about how Korra uses firebending. And I made just a simple thread explaining why it's fine. And this one whiny little baby, for days, was, like, throwing a fit over it. And they, like, re-tagged me in a new fit that they were having. Because they were just so upsetty spaghetti that I dared say, boo-hoo, Korra's fine that she uses firebending. And so I just blocked them. Yeah, at least I get paid. That's pretty nice. Yeah, there's always gonna be some troll. There's nothing you can do about it. Gotta learn to just, like, ignore them and move on. Because what they want is the engagement. That's the thing. They want engagement because they're lonely losers who no one's talking to. And so they have to be, like, petulant little whiny babies on the internet because that's the only way they know to get people to talk to them. So then, like, just get a personality. Maybe if you tried being a better person, people would talk to you. Maybe if you were, like, an actually interesting, entertaining individual, people would actually want to talk with you, and you wouldn't have to be a troll. And they always have the same excuse of, I think it's funny. And, you know, it's so sad, because I know they don't mean it. I know they don't actually think it's funny, because no one thinks it's funny. They just have no other method of engaging with humanity, because no one wants to talk with them. So pathetic. This episode is kind of filler, isn't it? Like, it's fine. It's nice seeing them going around killing all the Grimm. Like, they're, like, this is their mission. They became huntsmen to kill the Grimm. This is good to see. And I think it's fine. I think the fight sequences throughout the episode's a little boring in the long run. Like, it's fine. It's good to just show them doing the fodder killing and stuff. But then we do this part with Ironwood. This is when, like, the badness of Ollie Mate starts to become too much for us to handle in Volume 7. Because, like, why isn't Ironwood doing anything? What do you mean? The Aesops are here. The Aesops and Ruby and Juniper are here. What more do you expect him to do? They sent Athlesian robots, you know? There was Athlesian robots at the beginning of this episode, you know? And the people of Mantle were destroying the robots. So, what do you want Ironwood to do? That is him doing something. He's sending out his army of robots to handle this threat, and you're throwing rocks and destroying them? What more do you want from him? So this part's weird. Ruby seems surprised and relieved that Ironwood is telling everybody it. But that was always his plan. I tinfoil hat. Put on my tinfoil hat. It's a very classy, it looks like a cowboy hat. Tinfoil cowboy hat. They're not just always tinfoil beanies. No. What type of faunus would Banesaw? Oh, like Lieutenant Banesaw? Good question. I think probably like a cat. Like he probably has like big fangs under his mask, and he might be self-conscious about it, and so that's why he wears the big mask. That'd be an easy way. That'd be a cool one, because he doesn't have, like, an obvious trait, you know? And I don't want to go with retractable claws like Tuxin, because that's been done already. Yeah, my tinfoil hat. About this, I theorize, initially, there was a plan for the story to be that Ironwood didn't want to tell anybody. And then I think they learned over time that it kind of gives him nothing to do. It makes it weird that the heroes are teaming up with him throughout the whole volume if he's not trying to, like, if he's like, I'm not gonna tell anybody about Salem, but then they like change that. That's what that line implies to me. That initially Ironwood wasn't gonna tell anybody about Salem, and Ruby is relieved that he actually is. But it's weird because Ruby was also keeping secrets from him. And also, I don't know. It's not a great theory, but the way the line goes, it feels like there was a different thing going on. Am I wrong? Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, initially it feels like maybe he wasn't going to tell everyone about Salem. I don't know why they changed it. And I feel like if the plan was to have him not tell anyone about Salem, that would be a good reason for them to keep the secrets from him. Because it's like, he's not gonna tell everybody about Salem. That's bad. The people should know. We should be revealing the secrets. Maybe we shouldn't tell him about Jin saying Salem can't be killed. Keeping a secret for his secret, because we don't know if we can trust him yet. This seems like a bad idea. That would make sense, but I guess they changed it, or didn't change it, I don't know. Also, it's crazy that, it takes this long for them to show up. I forgot that Cinder and Neo aren't in this volume more. Like, they really aren't in it at all, right? That's crazy. It's crazy that it took that long for this to, like, get set up, you know? For the whole volume really is just Jacques and the Happy Huntresses, and not even really Watts and Tyrion. Like, they do their one thing with the, like, the party where they frame Penny, but, yeah, like, they do that, but after that, they're not really doing it. They turn the heat off, I suppose. It's just not a lot of villains in this volume. They're doing, like, little things in the background. I guess the last time they succeeded in their mission, it was when they were doing little things in the background, like with, Beacon. So I guess it makes sense. It's just like shocking. I felt like they were in it more. I think it's because a lot of this volume kind of feels like, I don't want to say filler, but I feel like it only minimally like helps with the rest of the volume moving forward. It's also crazy that Elm has been on screen often, and this is the first time we're really seeing what her weapon can do with its like rocket launcher element. You know? Yeah, like, they introduced so many characters with minor antagonistic roles that they forgot about the ones belonging to Salem's. Yes, like, we focus 100% D-Space. We focus so much on the plot with the election and everything, and with Robin, like, goofing up their resources and Amity and everything, that it feels like they kind of forgot about Salem's forces. Which I guess kind of, like, hammers home the overall theme of this volume, is that they're so busy fighting each other that they're forgetting about the bigger threat on the horizon. That's neat. Neat, but I don't think if that was what they were going... Maybe it is. Volume 7 is good, so I could see if that was actually the thing they were trying to do. You know? I guess we didn't need them to be constantly doing things, the villains to be constantly doing things out of the volume, but it would have been cool to see them more. Did I turn? I did. Okay. I couldn't remember if I turned on subtitles. I like seeing them all work together to fight the Megaliath. It is cool. It's a cool Grim. Ugh. Sorry, I was stretching. You gotta get it out of you. Been sitting all day. It's neat. It's a neat plot to, like, we need to kill a bunch of cool Grim and stuff. But I also feel like we could have maybe trimmed this down a little bit, because I feel like if there was one extra episode for the finale... Thank you, Mystic Orange! You're sweet. Thank you. Nice gif. Nice little gif. I feel like if there's one extra episode, or at least just a little bit of extra time for the finale of this volume, to, like, for the Aesop's fight, or to set up Ironwood's downfall, or just have, like, a little bit more talking between Ironwood and the rest of them, to, like, really hammer home what they're doing with his character, I think it would have helped. And I think this is the episode that could have been trimmed down the most, you know? But it is a cool fight. Like, the sequence is cool. I like seeing them, like, problem solve. They very rarely get to problem solve in the show, you know? Like, lots of times it's like, go forward and save the day. Like, they don't usually have to sit there and be like, how do we specifically beat this specific Grimm? So, that's neat. It was also neat. This is, like, the only sequence that, like, implies that the Aesops aren't as good of fighters as Team RWBY are. Because Harriet got taken out easily. Like, she got knocked over by the Megaliath, and then she didn't end up saving the day in the end. But RWBY was able to. So that's, like, the only thing that implies that the Team RWBY are stronger than the Aesops to some degree. But they also kind of, like, go back on that, because we see Vine holding back, like, 20 Grimm in one scene. We see, Marrow is fighting Grimm. Like, he's doing fine. And then we see Elm with her big weapon reveal, which is also, like, a big moment. Like, she took out a Grimm that Blake and Yang were struggling with, and she also helped them to, like, finish off that Grimm as well. So, I don't know. I feel like we could have done more. Because, like, it feels like a bad timed moment to show off just how cool and awesome Elm is for her to lose the fight in 2 episodes from now, you know? Make sure you all say your little quips before the fight starts. Do you think maybe the Amity Project would get done sooner if it wasn't already in the air? Thank you again, Card Captor. I was thinking Banesaw was a crocodile/frog faunus before Talk, and the guy from Blake's character short. He is from Atlas, and is Adam's childhood friend in my headcanon. Wish we knew more about him. I feel like I like all your ideas, 100%. The frog faunus with, like, a goofy tongue, that'd be fun. I think the characters like Banesaw are the most fun to play around with because they don't have a lot of characterization, so you can kind of just come up with whatever you want. If you're, like, writing your own AU story or something, the characters that don't really have screen time, so they are more up for interpretation, you can just go ham with. So you can give them backstories, you can give them personality traits, you can give them quirks, cute things, fun things, all kinds of stuff. I like the idea of him being like Adam's friend, like that one kid that's just always been there with Adam, and it makes his supposed death on the train in Volume 2 more sad. Oh boy. Are you guys, like, ready for the best fight? The one time having limited ammo was really cool. Thank you, George. Thank you so much. Lieutenant Banesaw hiding big cat teeth is funny, but I think I got a better animal in mind. He uses a chainsaw, which are used to cut down trees, so what if he was a beaver? That would actually be really funny. That actually would make so much sense, too. So many great ideas. I think it's also because, like, we know he's a faunus, but he has some sort of hidden trait somewhere. And so there's a lot of, like, room to play around with that as well. Hell yeah. Make him a woodchuck? 10 out of 10. Great ideas. We're all so creative. Yeah, the gravity fight. Yeah, it's just such a cool... They play around with their weapons so much. The fact that neither one of them has a semblance, really. I know, technically Ironwood has his semblance, but he doesn't. Let's be real. Like, so they just... It's their strength, their guns... The, like, counting down gimmick is fun. That's a really fun thing to, like, emphasize this fight. Having, like, Watts playing around with the technology of the terrain, and then also using really cool, like, they do the anti-gravity parts of the terrain. That's a lot of fun. Great fight. Like, one of the best choreographed, like I was saying earlier, when it's just 2 characters versus a million characters, it's easier to choreograph this stuff, and, like, keep all that stuff in mind. Thank you again, JK Network. BTW Critter, I want your idea on what Blake can do to be more relevant again. She's out of the main cast, she, out of the main cast, has the least to do, but nobody talks about what can be improved, and they mostly complain. So thoughts? So she could kind of do anything, because all of her plot beats have been resolved. Like, the White Fang has been finished, basically. They did that. That's over. Adam's beaten, and she got her girlfriend. So anything could be her plot at this point. And so there's, like, endless potential and possibilities, really, whatever your heart's desire, because she's so much of an open book now. But if we want to think of something kind of specific for what we've seen with the show before, it is tough. Maybe, like, wanting to develop her semblance more, because she's tired of running away. She's tired of having the thing to take the hit for her. That could be an interesting. So she goes through, like, a really big training arc. Maybe have Yang help her with that, because Yang's, like, big and buff and strong. So maybe, like, have a big, like, I want to get stronger kind of thing. That could be neat. Maybe... I can't think of, like, a character, like, a specific kind of person she would be opposed to that wouldn't just rehash things we've seen from Adam or, like, the other White Fang stuff already. Let me think about it some more. And thank you, Juan. I wish Caleb had more contributions to the RWBY discography. Yes, 100%. I wish they had more guest singers in general. This song's amazing. Caleb really, like, brings it to life in a way that Jeff Williams just wouldn't have been able to do. And then they had Amelie in the next volume, but she wasn't on the soundtrack. Whatever. I wish they're, like, different voices in general could be a lot of fun to play around with their soundtrack, so they don't all sound so samey in the long run. But also Caleb Hayes is just so good. Yeah, I can't think of any other things Blake could go through. She's gone through a lot, which is the thing. So you could, like, anything you think of could be a topic, because she's gone through a lot. And the interesting thing for her now would be how her current development will affect her as she moves forward with whatever her next development is going to be, you know? So, lots of potential, honestly. Endless potential. That's the fun part. I like how, like, Watts runs on his little, like, hover spots. like a little boy playing hopscotch. This is also one of the few times where it feels like the bullets really have, like, recoil on them. You know? Like... The bullets usually feel very flaccid in RWBY, and this fight does a great job, like, hammering it home that they feel, like, actually dangerous. There's a speed and power to them. Good stuff. Oh, he has green aura? Crazy. Thank you again, Sora. I wish the ending were like anime endings. I agree. I really agree. I agree. RWBY has had different kind of endings for a long time. They've been doing the, like, concept art thing for a while, which I think is fine. We get to see some neat concept art. But, I don't know. I wish there was, like, a more interesting song. But whatever. Alright, so that's, like, the only amount of, like, characterization we get for Watts, is that Ironwood, in some regard, picked Pietro over him. What did Watts actually do to become a disgraced scientist? Because Pietro made Penny and, like, the whole aura transfer system, you know? So what did Watts do? What was he doing? What was he doing that made him want to align with Salem? We'll never know. He lived and died without ever explaining himself. According to Carrie, Ironwood losing his arm is supposed to symbolize him losing his humanity. Yeah. They've said some dumb things before. They've said lots of dumb things that are not true. And it's like, I know they aren't trying to be ableist, but, like, it does come across that way. They've said lots of things like that. I remember this blew my mind, though. Like, this is, like, having a character go through a serious injury is a crazy way to, like, really bump up the stakes. Even, like, if it ends up being fine. Like with Nora later, with Volume 8. It's a really cool, interesting way. Especially when we get to the point where they're, like, doing, like, big old crazy battles all the time. And they usually are fine. So, like, having them get, like, permanent injuries is a cool way to, like, hammer home the seriousness of the situation. Thank you again, JK Network. You're being so kind. You're being so kind, and I appreciate you. I just realized Oz gets burned a lot in Volume 6, but you think Oz should have been more critiqued by Ironwood for being the first to lie to him about Salem? Yeah, we saw Ironwood be mad at RWBY, but Oz was his old friend. Yes! I do think that's a bit of a missed opportunity. Because Ironwood was so dedicated to him, right? He was so, like, on board with Team Ozpin. He's, like, the thing. He's all on board with it. And then we revealed that the lies. And Team RWBY were so upset with him about the lies. And you would think Ironwood would be more upset. Like, even more upset. Because he's been believing these lies a lot longer. We could make the headcanon that he's so dedicated to the concept of Ozpin that he wants to deflect blame. Like, rather than admit that Ozpin has betrayed him because of these lies with his trust, he's instead deflecting blame to Team RWBY for also holding on to these lies for their time that he's in front of him. But that's not really implied in the show or anything. It could be a thing you could play with, but yeah, you think that would mean more. But a lot of Ironwood, the conclusion of his character really gets fumbled from here on out, which is a shame, because they were doing so good with him. They were so interesting, so unique, a lot of nuance. You could see the building blocks perfectly setting up to the point of him breaking, of him going the wrong direction, of him making the choice that's too drastic. It was all there. You can really see they were building up to this, and they accidentally did it wrong. They made too many things be very easily justified. They made too many decisions feel not... like, the wall is not a good enough problem for him to face, or for the others to lie to him about. The trolley problem of save everyone, or save as many as we can, is not black and white enough. The heroes don't do a good enough job really explaining why... Sorry, I hit my table. Really explaining why he's bad for making the decisions he does, because it's such a trolley problem. There's no black and white answer, but they act like it is. They just needed them to just talk a little bit more. Once again, in the end, RWBY's problem is that they need to talk more, which is crazy, because RWBY's problem is also that they talk too much. Are you quoting Protag? Are you quoting the Sonic fan dub with Eggman saying, "I'm gonna piss on the moon"? Yeah, so, like, they talk too much. The characters sit around and talk way too much, but they also don't talk enough, because they don't talk about the things they should be talking about. They'll sit around and, like, re-explain things that we've already seen and dump new lore and exposition onto the characters. But they won't, like, just... Yay! I'm glad, Protag. But they won't, like, justify their actions. They won't, like, address the things they've done. They won't address their mentality on the things they've been doing. They just... It's a... It is such a RWBY-specific problem. This is the shot. Look at all these students. They're all here. Look at all of these. There's so many students. Why has the school been empty at this point? I do like the shot of her running. It's very dynamic. It's very pretty. Look at that. Look at her go. Great stuff. But yeah, it's such a RWBY specific problem. I've never encountered another show that had this specific problem where they characters sit down and overly explain things, but also don't explain enough of the important things. It's so weird. Oh, following orders. It's such a, and that's such a goofy thing for them to throw. It's the same thing with the power of friendship stuff. Like, oh, they're bad because they're following orders. So is Team RWBY. They've been following orders this whole time. They hated Ozpin for volumes. Years on end, they hated Ozpin, and they were still doing what he told them to do. It's just weird. And maybe it's the new writers joining the team being like, hey, we need to have them have like some kind of fundamentals to their dialogue, and having it be the power of friendship and they're bad for following orders was what they landed on. I don't know. It just kind of comes out of nowhere. That's another thing with RWBY. Lots of things come out of nowhere. Which is crazy because they do a great job building up stuff. They do the building blocks for things really well. But at the end, things kind of just come out of nowhere. RWBY's so weird. It's such a weird problem that RWBY has going for it. It's so hard to fully discuss it. Like, people get upset, like the RWBY fanatics get really upset when, like, people, like H Bomber Guy's video is, like, 3 hours long, right? So, and they're like, why does it have to be so long? You just talk blah, 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 blah. And the thing is, like, it's so hard to wrap up the problems of RWBY in, like a concise way. You know? Like, there's so much going on. And the problems between one volume might not be the same as the problems in another volume. Right? Like, and it's so hard to break down because lots of times, like I'm saying, like, the problem is that they talk too much, but also they don't talk enough. And so it's so hard to, like, explain exactly what's going wrong with RWBY without overly explaining yourself. Because also I've experienced with my time here on YouTube that if you don't go into extreme detail to explain your reasoning, it's easy for people to misconstrue what you're saying. And so you have to, like, really explain, like, that's why my videos got longer, not because I wanted them to, but because I really want to make sure I explain what I am talking about. Like, I don't leave something up for interpretation, and I still goof up and I say things that I'm like, oh, I should have worded this differently. I didn't word it as good as I should have. Like, that happens. It happens. It's a RWBY-specific problem. I can't think of any other show that might have had that level of insanity with its critiques. Okay. Could she do this the whole time? Could she have always been doing this? I don't know what's doing this. Is it an effect from the Seer Grim? It is cool. I will give him that. It is a very cool way to do this. It's also weird that we haven't seen Salem in a long time, and now she's finally here, and she's ready to do her thing. It's just like with Cinder and Neo, like I was talking about a few episodes ago. It's like, oh yeah, she's doing things still, isn't she? It's a good conundrum. I do like it. I do like Salem's big show of power, finally. Finally. Right? Like, the show has been hammering home how strong and powerful she is, and I'm like, why doesn't she do something? She just sits around and has her lackeys? If she's an immortal witch, why doesn't she do this? And now the problem is, well, why didn't she do this sooner? But that's a different problem entirely. But I do like that she's doing it. She's really feeling like a threat now. Not even before the whale flies in. She has this huge towering presence with this illusion. She sends RWBY into a crying fit within moments. She just has to say, no, yo mama, and that's all it takes. Like this what I was saying earlier about Cinder and Ruby having a moment to, like, hammer home how much they don't like each other. This is the kind of scenario I'm talking about, where they just have a moment where they can, like, confirm those ideas. I like how they did the cinematography on this as well, with the haunted summer memories. Because it's the same cliff that, 1, her grave is on. 2, it's also what we saw with her memory of summer last time that made her happy, where her silver eyes activated. And that's why her silver eyes went off again, because the thought of her mother, protecting her mother, is the thing that happened last time. So that's good. This was good. All that sequence was very good. Everything on the second half of this episode, garbage. Them falling apart, Ironwood making his decisions, everyone being goofy and stupid about, oh, you said Atlas was done, but you're lying. And then, oh, sorry. You said Amity was done, but you're lying. And then next volume, they're like, actually, we just had to turn on the on switch, and it's actually done right now. That's great. It could have been done. It's because they didn't think of that plot point until next time, but also they planned it all from the beginning. Like, why are they mad at him that... Of course it's not ready. Robin's been stealing resources. Of course it's not ready. Why are you mad at him? He's been saying this the whole goddamn time. He's been saying this the whole time, that Amity's not ready, and they need the resources. And they're like, but Amity's not ready. And it's like, he's been trying. You're the one giving Robin... Whatever. Thank you, Mystic Orange. Salem, your mom, Ruby, cries. It's the funniest joke. The fact that your mom jokes is what sends Ruby, like, spiraling is funny. That is good meme material. Yeah, this whole... it was so close. So close. And I can understand, like, because that's the worst thing. Ironwood's so understandable. It's so easy to sympathize with what he's going through. Because, like, of course he's gonna do this. Salem is on his doorstep. They don't know how long it takes. He needs to just get people to safety. That's a great idea, because yeah, we're out of time. We don't have the luxury of sitting around. Let's save as many civilians as we can. But we're not done evacuating everybody. That sucks, but that happens. Like, that's not how evacuation efforts work. In any way. That's not how evacuation efforts work. You don't wait for everyone to be on board and then take off. You usually take people in, like, smaller chunks anyway. If we launch the tower, we can call for help. Who's gonna come for help? Who's gonna come help? This is the largest military in the world. Who's gonna show up? And she's wrong. No one shows up. They were wrong. All of it. Thank you, M3D. Nice to see you. I wish Salem could actually manipulate. All she does is flaunt her power. Any idiot could hold a metaphorical gun to your head and force compliance. I do agree. Like, she threatens a lot, but she doesn't do. Even when Monster showed up. Like, Monster flies in, opens its mouth, and spits out a bunch of Grim. But even then, she still wasn't doing anything. She still just sat on her throne and picked her nose and didn't do anything. And it's like, get off your ass. Burn some buildings. You have magic. She kills Hazel easily. She destroys him. Just fly into town and show your might. Be a force. You're a magical force of nature. You could fell the kingdoms easily. They can't stop you. You are immortal. That's the problem when you make an immortal villain with all the power in the world. Is that it's like, well then what's stopping you? Why haven't you beaten the world yet? Usually in stories like this, they're like being held back by some magical force. Like someone is like, they're hidden within like a crystal of stopping your powers or whatever. But that's not true with Salem. She's been free to do whatever she wants for years. And unlike Ozpin, whose magic is like depleting for some dumb reason, she seems perfectly fine and stronger than ever. So why hasn't she just taken over the world yet? Why it's taken her so long? just just kill them all. Just blast them all away and take the relics. The only thing stopping her is that she needs like maidens to open the relic doors for her. Just fly in, grab Freya by the like collar of her shirt and fly away. Don't dick around with Cinder and your lackeys. Don't have them try to do things. They have consistently failed you time and again. Do it yourself. Hey, are you ready for saddest episode? Are you ready for the saddest episode? On one hand, it's going to be the best episode, because this is the episode where Tyrion steals the captain's hat and wears it while he crashes the ship, and that's fun. On the other hand, it's the saddest episode, because... Clover, no. Yeah, damn it. Oh, we're at the part where they're gonna do the thumbnail. That's fun. That's exciting. Alrighty. Subtitles on. Quality. Poopy. Go. Go? Go. There we go. Did I not hit subtitles? Subtitles. There we go. Yeah. Also, I forgot. I hated Robin so much. I forgot that she is the reason this all goes to shit. I hated her so much that I blocked that memory out of my mind. Because she is the reason it all goes to poo-poo garbage. Like, they haven't... She's not under arrest. She's not under arrest. He tells her that. And she still makes a big ol' poo-poo garbage thing out of all of this. And everyone else is like Crow's like, I'm so willing to talk to you for a second. And Robin, with her, like, trigger-happy little ass, just ruins everything immediately. She also gets her ass handed to her instantly. Like, he knocked her out within, like, 3 seconds. And the time for me to, before I finished, she was on the ground. So it's dumb. It's dumb that she makes it all about her for nothing. It's dumb. it's Yeah, he stole the hat. Hooray. Dang. So, yeah. Leaving Mantle to perish. Then shuttle people to Atlas. He doesn't want to, like, leave everyone behind. He doesn't have a lot of choices. What is it? What is it? Is it gonna, like, leave Mantle and Atlas to perish? Sitting around waiting on a bunch of variables that he could not account for? That's what everyone else is advocating. Oh, all of Mantle will die. Then get the people off of Mantle and get them onto Atlas. Why does no one consider this? Everyone gets upset. Because, like, oh, but Mantle. Then stop standing around wasting time and save the people of Mantle. In fact, it's a thing Robin says in Volume 8. Like, I think it's her last line, unless I missed it. Her last line is, what do you think is the people? What do you think is the kingdom? The people or the chunk of land they're on? And yeah, don't care about the ground of Mantle, but rather than sit here fighting each other, get some airships and start shuttling people up to Atlas as soon as you, like, as quick as you can. Use your semblances. But no, we gotta fight each other, because everyone is stupid, and... This fight is also disappointing. I'm fine with it. I can accept that Team RWBY are strong enough to beat the Aesops with the power of friendship. I can accept that. For me, the combat is dumb. Also, Ruby's like, I'm ready to fight you. And then now she's like, come on, we should be fighting together. And it's like, you initiated this, RWBY. You instigated this fight. This shot with Yang's arms is really bad. Every time they try to do something like that, it never looks good. I do like the mini point that Blake sucks in this fight. Like, she gets, like, a couple of really hefty blows. And I like that it's not all one-sided. If you just need magic to open the vault, Salem can do it herself. You need, like, a specific maiden to open the vault, which, how did they do that? Was that also magic that Ozpin did? Did he make the maidens to match the vaults, or did he make the vaults to match the maidens? Either way, you think with her own magic, she'd be able to, like, unmagic that spell? You know? Right? Like, if he casts a spell that makes, I don't know, a tree blue, do you not think there's, like, a reverse spell to change that? Do you not think she could reverse the maiden magic spell? Because the maiden problem is just that she needs to open the door. You know? Whatever. JC. Blake sucks. She does. She's always had the worst combat choreography. It's fine, but it's not great. Like, even with her, like, with the Black trailer, way back in the day, her combat's never been amazing. It's technically fine. I just personally prefer everyone else. Yeah, look at this empty, that empty tundra landscape. I'm so worried that's what all of Vacuo is going to look like. It's going to be just a horizon line with nothing. For a long time, this was the only thing the tundra looked like in RWBY as well. Throughout this volume, the tundra is just emptiness. It's not until volume 8 that we see, like, the canyons and things like that. So, yeah, if they can go with the lazy option, they will. I understand they pick up the quality a ton for this volume, so it's fine that the parts of the tundra we see aren't super impressive, because there's also many other things they had to, like, model and design and do for this volume, so that's fine. That's understandable. I'm just worried Vacuo is going to be boring. Thank you again, JK. Hot take, Crow was dumb for teaming up with Tyrion, but Clover was more dumb. Crow goes to attack Tyrion, but because Clover's brain was replaced with snow, he attacks Crow instead of the serial killer. Crow isn't only at fault. I do agree. I do really agree. The whole point of them having him team up with Tyrion, crazy moment. When Tyrion breaks his own thumb to get him out of the handcuffs. Crazy. Super smart. Actually really creative, ingenious way to do that. They could have had, like, a bullshit thing. They could have just had his like, handcuffs explode off of him in the crash. But the fact that they made the extra effort of showing him breaking his thumb is really, like, adding to the creep factor. Yeah, that moment. That moment where Clover comes running in and tries to stop Crow from attacking Tyrion. Yes, that's what you're talking about. I 100% agree. It's dumb on all parts, but it's really dumb, especially that Crow commits to attacking Clover over Tyrion. It's dumb that they propose the teaming up thing at all, because in no scenario, even if Clover was, like, prioritizing attacking Crow in the scenario, it's dumb that Crow would want to team up with Tyrion, because the last time he saw Tyrion poisoned him and was going to kidnap RWBY. So even if Clover is attacking, that's better than poisoning and trying to kidnap RWBY. It's silly. They should have had it be, like, an overwhelming thing. Like, having all three of them constantly bouncing back and forth nonstop, where they're just constantly trying to attack each other, whoever's closest, whatever's going on. You see them becoming more and more desperate and frantic and overwhelmed until finally a wombo combo, Crow breaks Clover's aura, and then Clover gets killed. Like, having him team up with Tyrion is goofy and dumb. But also, yes, having Clover instantly opting to stop Crow's attack on Tyrion was also goofy and dumb. A lot of it was bad. A lot of this episode, people say this is a bad episode. I don't fully agree. I don't like it. I think there's a lot of problems. There are fun moments. Like, I think the choreography with the Aesop's fight is fine. I think it's a lot of fun. Not all of it. Harriet's defeat is especially lame, in my opinion. A lot of it I do like. I like War. I already talked about. That's the song. I like the song War. I should clarify. I like the song that plays in this episode. The song is titled War. I like that. I already mentioned with Tyrion. I think it's cool how they had him break his thumb to get out of his handcuffs. I like there's things in this episode that I like. But I think there's also very glaring problems that could have easily been fixed. That's my biggest takeaway with this volume, is that the problems could have easily been fixed. You know? Give War a chance, critter. Yeah, just War. The problems with this volume are very glaring and, like, very, very obvious and bad. And that's why I understand when people say they don't like this volume. In my mind, the problems could have easily been fixed in the long run, you know? Hold on, I want to double check something real quick. I'm going backwards real quick. Give me a second. The problems could have, like, easy, quick little fixes could have saved a lot of the problems with this volume. And probably helped with Volume 8 a lot, too. That's not her aura. Hold on a second. That's not Elm's aura color. Elm has green aura, but now it's yellow. Vine's should be yellow. Hers is green. It's the color that she uses to root herself. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's the wrong aura color. Hold on, let me see if I can get it again. Yeah, that's the wrong aura color, right? I found a mistake. I found a little mistake. Ha 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 ha. I also made a mistake, accidentally, like, embiggening my screen, and now it's not the right size it used to be. Oops. Oh no. Oh no, I make too many mistakes all the time. Ah, golly. Okay. Yeah, that's the wrong aura color. That's a fun little... It's probably animation error. Aura color different than semblance color? Weird. I think it's because Vine's was the same. It seems like, with Elm and Vine specifically, that seems like parts of their aura, right? So it feels like it would line up that way. But like with Harriet's lightning, I don't think, like, the yellow lightning is the color of her aura, you know? But with Vine and Elm specifically, I feel like that would I know, I had one job. I'm just... I'm just a mistake incarnate. How dare the animators make a mistake? I actually really love finding, like, animation goofs in shows and animated shows and stuff. I never blame them for having it, unless it's, like, really egregious. But for things like that, I'm always more, fascinated by, like, what's the things that go wrong. Like, I was watching Overanalyzing Avatar, that YouTube channel, Overanalyzing Avatar, and I was thinking about one goof that gets made is in one scene when, like, at the end of book 2, Toph goes to, like, hug Sokka. It's like a group hug, and Toph is going in to hug him. And if you slow down, you can see that they put, like, an airbender tattoo on one of her hands. So that's a silly little animation goof, and I love that stuff. I think it's fun, I think it's fascinating, I think it's interesting. I used to check the inconsistencies page on the RWBY wiki all the time. All the time, because I thought it was so interesting. What a weird, like, okay, so we're establishing the idea of, like, what makes you human, and then later they ruin it by just making her human. Whatever. That's a volume 8 complaint I'll save for later. Yeah, Oscar? Okay, it's weird. Okay, so the thing I was saying about Cinder and Neo and how shocking it is that it takes this long for them to show up. Because these scenes are so important. These last 2 episodes, this finale with Cinder's attack, Neo's, like, steal of the relic, Oscar doing all of the stuff he goes through in this finale, is so big and important. And so it's crazy that there's so not players for the majority of the volume. Is this volume filler? I don't think it's filler. Like, I wouldn't classify it as filler. But, like, is it? Thank you again, JK Network. BTW, funny enough, I'm writing a web novel of my own, and Remnant helped inspire my world. The mix of magic and science is a fave of mine with settings. I agree. I hope it goes well. I hope your writing goes good, and it is a bestseller, and it goes really good and well and stuff. I believe in you. But I agree. Like, fantasy science is a great aesthetic. I first was introduced to it with the Tales of series, like Tales of Legendia, Tales of Zillia, all the good ones. Final Fantasy is another good example of that stuff, but I just played the Tales of series first. Some, like, Dragon Quest games has that stuff, you know? Like, I love the mixing of fantasy and science as well. I'm also big on just regular fantasy. Fantasy makes everything better. But yeah, RWBY does it good, but then they kind of... I've talked about it before. Atlas is too science, and Mistral is too fantasy. There it is. I do like the shot of him being stabbed. I like that they went back to the silhouette thing. We haven't seen something like that since Adam taking Yang's arm. So that's cool. I wish they did it more. But sad. Big sad. Sad times. No good. Don't say it's Clover. It's Clover. How dare you be right, mighty Arsh. I'm sad. It's sad. It's all sad. Damn. I just like them so much. I just like them together so much, and it's such a shame. It's also, just let him run away. Don't stop him, don't shoot him, don't do anything. I'm upset. Sorry I hit the table. I'm just upset. Damn. Damn. How dare. Bums me out. Big sads. And then Crow doesn't even get good development for the majority of Volume 8 either. Salty. I'm upset. They did a good job. Like, their goal was to make me be sad. He does say good luck. Am I crazy? I double-checked like 100 times. Hold on. I thought for sure he doesn't say anything. I Mandela effect my own Mandela effect. Wait a second. He does! I double-checked so many times, because everyone kept saying, because I thought he said something, and then I had 2 different comments telling me that he said something, and I double-checked, and I didn't hear anything. Oh my god! Oh my god! What a revelation! Oh my god! I feel so dumb. I knew! And they were right too, and I just made them. I was wrong, and I've spread wrong information. This will be a new Mandela effect now. I'm upset. I can't believe I was so wrong. Because I double checked and everything. And then I double checked afterwards. I can't believe that. Oh my god. That's crazy. I definitely have to do an updated version of my video now of their first and last lines. Oh my god. What a roller coaster this one was. Oh my god. Big revelations being made in our live streams. Yeah, the critter effect. The critter effect where I'm wrong, and then I double check, and I'm still wrong, and then I tell you wrong information. Because I double checked. I wonder if it was just, like, too quiet for me to hear with my headphones or something. Because I'm wow. I'm blown away. That's crazy. Damn. I'm upset at myself. I know I had one job again. I got a bunch of them wrong, though. A bunch of them I didn't even realize. Like, Pyrrha's last line I got wrong, because she has the, training video with Jean in Volume 4. Totally got that one wrong. I got Ty super wrong. I got Summer's first line wrong. I got a bunch of them wrong. So I'm glad I released it to just prove how wrong I am. This fight is close to being good, but it's just not. The one at a time strategy is silly. The fact that Jean was behind her, and he ran all the way around her to put his shield up in front of Oscar, when he could have just, stabbed her in the back or something. You know? It's close to being good, but it's just not. Also, the fact that Oscar is, clearly beat up and, trailing behind them, and it's hey, healer boy, heal the boy, heal Oscar, that's your semblance. I feel like this is a bad set for this fight, because I can't see Cinder. The blacks of her design blend into the background too much. I don't know why it's so dark in here, too. It's like a, I don't know, Wi-Fi password room or something? I don't know why it had to be so dark, you know? We could have brightened up the environment a little, just to help, Cinder pop more, because I can tell she's doing cool things, right? Because, she's doing her flippy-doos, but I can't see her because it's too dark. Yes. Tori? Yes. Jean is, 6 foot everything. Let me Google how tall Jean is. Hold on. 1 second. RWBY. Jean. Height. Jean is 6'3". That's tall. How tall is Oscar? RWBY. Oscar. Height. Doesn't tell me. Why would we not? Oh, 4'7"? Okay. Wait a second. Height, 4'7" to 4'9" to 5'0" to 5'2". That's 4 different heights, guys. You can't, that's on the wiki. You can't just tell me 4 completely different heights. We'll go on the tall end and say he's 5'2". Jean is still a giant. He is 6'3", and kind of strong. He's not, super muscly, but he's got the strength to, wield his sword and use his shield. You need upper body strength to do that. And Oscar is a tiny boy. Just lift him up on your back and carry that guy, right? He's, half your size, Jean. You could carry him easily. What? He's supposed to be 5'1". The wiki I found said Oscar was between 4'7" and 5'2". So somewhere in there, I guess. Yeah, Jean's 6'3". He's so tall. This part where Neo Like, doing the thing, pretending to be Nora, and stealing the relic, great. 10 out of 10. Blew me away. I was on the edge of my seat, because I was like, I don't think that's Nora. And then it wasn't. And then she does, like the fuck with your mind moment later with Ren. That's great. That's so cool. That's what I like to see with people who can change their appearances. Oh, I just remembered she's dead. God damn it. I was like, I can't wait to see more of that. And then I'm like, oh wait, no, she's dead. I mean, I guess she ascended. She could come back, but I'm not gonna hold my breath, you know? Short King, accurate. Yes. Question, how much do you get if an ad plays? Not much. Pennies, maybe? Like 10 cents? I'm thinking. Not a lot. Really not a lot. The way ad revenue works with YouTube is how many ads, like the more ads that plays, the more money you make, but it's not much, you know? Like, so it's hard to judge, because you could have, like, one video that's, like, you could have a video that's, like, 10 minutes long and have, like, a bunch of ads playing throughout it, versus a video that's an hour long with, like, 2 ads playing throughout it. But also, the ad doesn't always play every time. So, like, if I'm putting in because I can manually put in ad placements for my videos. I can't do anything about it with live streams. YouTube does that. They changed their system. I don't know how it works exactly. But, yeah, YouTube gets a lot of the cut. There's a landscaper blowing, like, leaves around outside. Sorry if you can hear that. But, yeah, I could put in, like, if I have a video and I put in, like, 7 ad placements, it's not a guarantee that all 7 will play every time someone watches that video. Like, I've put in a thing, like, where there's, like, 7 ad placements, and then I watch it on my own, on, like, my phone, on my personal YouTube channel, and I'll only get, like, 3 ad breaks out of the 7 that I had placed. So it's not always a guarantee, you know? So it's hard to judge. It's hard to know exactly. But YouTube takes most of it, unfortunately. Thank you again, JK Network. Weird question, but does it feel like... Hold on. Yeah, weird question, but does it feel like Jean holds back? He doesn't fight many people, but in Volume 5, he tries to kill Cinder out of anger, but in Volume 7 through 8, it feels like he holds back compared to everyone else. Maybe overthinking. Maybe overthinking. Hold on, I like this line from Freya. She's cool. Maybe overthinking, but I also think it could totally be, like, that, I agree. Because you can see he is more reserved because he's calmed down. Like, Ren and Nora talk to him, and they say, like, you're going crazy, you're making bad, rash decisions, and you need to calm down a little bit. But, like, and we could be like, maybe that's him taking their word to heart, and he's calming down. So, I think it's not overthinking. Like, they don't, like, explicitly state it in the show, but if you wanted to, like, I think that's totally a reasonable conclusion to come to, when thinking about Jean's development with these volumes, you know? 10 out of 10. Do agree. This episode's great. This is the best last episode of any volume of RWBY. The, like, conflicts they go through, the stuff with Neo tricking them was great, the conflict of, like, Freya goes overboard, and Penny is the only one who can get close to her because she's not human and she doesn't have flesh. That's a great conflict to deal with. When we get to the back and forth moment between Oscar, like, falling and Penny becoming the Maiden, that's amazing. The timing's really good. This is the best last episode of any volume. It leaves on such a thrilling cliffhanger, too, where they didn't win. We don't know what's gonna happen. We know what might end up happening if they don't stop the bad guys. And also, Salem's right here now, and that's crazy. It's such a good last episode. Best one out of the whole series as far as last episodes go. And their episodes, usually the best episodes like the second to last one, and then the last one, a lot of it is like exposition, like last time. It's a lot of like sitting around in the airship being like, aren't we cool? We saved the day. We're the best. Who's even fought in Volume 7 and 8? Neo getting blasted by Salem, Cinder for maybe a few seconds. Yeah, there's not been a lot of, fighting, is there? They fight a lot of Grim, because they're doing, huntsman, hunter work throughout the volume. They're doing a lot of that. Not a lot of, character versus character. That's not, training moments, other than, the Aesops and stuff. Freya, for being on screen, very little. Very minimal screen time. But she really left an impact. She does a great job with her lines. It's a sad... If you've ever met someone who has, a family member or something who has, Alzheimer's, that sadness of, not remembering, really hits home. For being so short-lived, she really, left, as big of an impact as she needed to be a maiden, And I love her. I think she's great. A couple of characters have been like that. Ren's parents is like that. Freya's like that. 10 out of 10. Some of the random side characters are just so memorable and hold such a big impact over the show. And crazy. And this scene, okay, so it's we can all agree that Ironwood's downfall was ultimately goofy, and could have been done better. But this sequence of him, because the things both of them have to say is so on point, Oscar being like, you're going overboard. We should maybe not do this. And then Ironwood being like, you're not going overboard enough. I can't sit around and wait anymore. It's smart. This is the dialogue I'm here for. I like this dialogue. The dialogue in this volume's so good. Which is it's crazy. If the rest of the show was as good as this, then I think most of my problems wouldn't be problems. They would just address the things that I want them to address, that they need to address. More scenes like this, please. This is so good. And we're talking about fear. And then the whole, you could call me general. I've talked about it a couple of times. It's so good. The power dynamic here. This is the closest the show gets to really justifying how it's a bad decision. His decision of, not waiting for Mantle is a bad decision. This is the closest it gets, but it just doesn't quite get there. But this is the best one that they have. And he's hammering home, everyone's just doing what they think is right, but it's so smart. It's well done. It's such a shame what they do with Volume 8. But that's so cool. What a cool, dope moment. This is the hypest the show has been since Cinder versus Pyrrha, That was the last time it got, edge of your seat, nail-biting, intense, where you're just how are they gonna get out of this one? Is Oscar dead? And he's fine. He'll be fine. This fight with Winter versus Cinder is good. Jessica Negri's performance for Cinder really got a lot better with this volume. She goes hard with these screams. I also like seeing that Winter kind of loses, Cinder's winning. Cinder is more vicious and ferocious and has more, anger in her. But she gets tunnel vision. That's Cinder's biggest weakness, is that she gets tunnel vision. It happens twice. Multiple times. It happens many times where she'll get tunnel vision and end up goofing up. if they lean into that more, if they address that, then it could be cool moving forward. But I'm not gonna hold my breath. Yeah, so busy beating that one threat that pissed her off that she completely missed her opportunity to get the Maiden powers. And it happens later with Volume 8 again in another capacity. She just gets her tunnel vision and she doesn't focus and pay attention. And she loses the Maiden powers again. Every single time. Oh, Cinder. Oh, and it's hype. His, magic. It's hype. This RWBY's eyes. It's all hype. It's all cool. This volume is good. As all the gripes I had, this volume's good. It's just intense. It's grand. Appropriately grand. This finale of, not... it's not a high note, but it's not a low note. They kind of won, but they're also kind of losing. There's a lot of unspoken potential. When people say, oh, RWBY needs a whole reboot after Volume 3, I think of this volume, and I'm like, this one is good. Just a little bit of patches here and there could save everything, could fix it in the long run. Just little things. That's the biggest thing, is RWBY gets so close. Especially with this volume. And they just don't quite get there. This song that's playing, Until the End, so sad. It just hits me. It just, punches you right in the heart. Especially in that last shot where they're flying away. Ugh. Good volume. This was a good one. God, it's nice to have 2 good ones in a row, right? Can't wait for next Sunday, where it all goes downhill. So yeah, we're wrapping up. They're just doing, no, yeah, it's mostly credits. We're just wrapping up here. What'd you all think of Volume 7? I think it's great. There are problems, obviously. I think the worst thing is Volume 8 retroactively makes it worse, which is such a shame. It's good if you forget what this all ends up leading to. Because, the hole in the wall with Mantle is a fine plot point in theory, but the fact it leads to all the goofiness of Ironwood with Volume 8, Robin as a character really goes downhill in Volume 8, the hypocrisy of the characters is also really bad in Volume 8. So yeah, these things here theoretically are fine. And then it all just goes down the drain. I think one of the goofiest ones is Amity. They get so upset because Amity's not ready yet, and then it's so close to being ready. It's so ready. And it's such a big plot point that Amity wasn't ready, and then they immediately fix it in Volume 8. And it's so it wasn't a problem. We just pretended it was. Anyway, it's a good one. It's a close to good one. If you ignore Volume 8, unfortunately, next time is Volume 8. We'll have to sit through that one. I'm willing to bet I'll probably have a lot of things to complain about. I don't know, the first half is pretty fun. The first half of Volume 8 is kind of fun, and I really like the fight in the Schnee Manor with the Hound. That one's pretty dope. So there's moments. That's why I can't say Volume 8 is worse than Volume 5, because there was nothing redeemable about Volume 5. But Volume 8 has moments here and there, So, maybe it won't be too bad. It hurts more seeing the, really good parts next to all the bad parts. Because when it's all bad, you can kind of just become numb to it and forget about it. But when there's parts that are really great, it makes the bad parts taste worse, Oh, thank you, JK. Thank you. Hot take, but I think Volume 6 is the best. Oh, I think it is up there. Not the best, but probably 3rd best. I agree with you. Because Adam dies, but But seriously, I like what they do with RWBY and Bumblebee, plus the lore. Also, yeah, Volume 7 is an 8 out of 10 for me. I agree. I think people were too hard on Volume 6 when it came out, and I think it was like a knee-jerk reaction to how bad Volume 5 was. So people expected Volume 6 to be, like, equally bad as well. And so I think they came in with, like, not a hypercritical lens, but a less forgiving lens. But I think, especially in hindsight, Volume 6 isn't that bad. It's pretty good. The Atom stuff is good. We have the apathy stuff, which is really cool. We learn a lot of really important lore. So, yeah, I think in general, Volume 6 is really good. Couple of boring episodes near the finale, but that ends up happening. But yeah, Volume 7, awesome. 10 out of 10. Really cool stuff. Just a couple of little unfortunate hiccups that have, worse repercussions down the line. Also, terrible outfit. A horrible, dumb outfit on Salem. What's the end credit sequence with this volume? Is it anything important? I don't think so. Is there an end credit sequence? I don't remember it, so I guess we'll see what it is. But yeah, I like it. A nice, weird, somber note to end on. Not what we usually see with RWBY. They usually have a win, you know? Not a lot of winning happening here. I guess Penny becoming the Maiden was the win, but it's not like, you know, there's a lot of extra consequences that go along with it. There's no end credit scene? No, that's crazy. There's no end credit scene for Volume 7? I thought there was. Really? No way. Crazy. Well, that was Volume 7. We did it. We did it, guys. Woohoo! There's no end credit scene for Volume 7? That doesn't seem right. Huh, crazy. So, that was it. Thanks for showing up today. We're almost done. Next Sunday, we will be reacting to Volume 8, and that'll be super fun and exciting. And then a week from now, next Monday, we're rewatching Volume 9, and most importantly, Volume 9 is supposed to have a new end credits sequence or something. I think they said that. We'll see. But yeah, thanks for showing up. I appreciated all of you. You were lots of fun. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thanks for all the super chats. That you're very kind and it helps a lot and I appreciate you a lot. Did everyone get their water? Like, comment, and subscribe. Did everyone make sure to stay hydrated and drink your water? And like, comment, and subscribe. Once we finish RWBY, I still want to do stuff, but we'll figure that out later. Let's just wrap up RWBY with the rest of March. We're almost there. 2 volumes left. I'll see you next Sunday. I'm excited. I hope you all are too. Thank you, everybody. Go eat something and drink your water. Thank you so much. Volume 7 was good. Thanks for watching it with me. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.